Morning. My apologies for my 5 minute tardiness here. It is Tuesday, July 2nd, 2 days before Independence Day. This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. First thing on the agenda is public comment. Do we have anyone here for public comment? Megan, do you see anyone online? I'll give people about 30 seconds to find their raise hand button.
So far, no. Yeah, I'm not seeing any bad.
Okay, I'm gonna close public comment. Next thing on the agenda is county commissioner updates. Mitch, Randy, who'd like to go first?
I'll dive in. I spent some time during the last week and a half looking at elements of employee compensation in addition to wages, just to try and better understand where we are and what we're doing for our employees. I also took a little bit of time and looked at where we sit compared to the state and also where some of our municipalities sit on tobacco policy. We received a letter from one of our citizens on the west end of 103, and I can share with people that that's a common conversation at the east end of 103 as well, with the high speeds and carelessness on the road. Not sure that's really our department, but I wanted to share that I hear it also. And the school's foundation recently finalized a lease with the school district for the Early Learning Center in the new elementary school. So that box is officially checked. Randy?
Thanks, Mitch. Yeah, I wanted to mention the 103 thing too. I'm actually quite thankful for Mr. Spinner for bringing that up. I know George has had people bring it up to him often in the past. My own experience up there is with thousands of miles and about 1.5 million vertical feet on that road riding my bike. And I have been run off the road repeatedly over the decades. And the amount of traffic that's out there now is there's a lot more of that. So there's a lot more of every kind of traffic, including people using that as a recreational road to test their motorcycles and their sports cars and go out in groups to do it. I watched people run off the road to avoid a head-on collision by people who pulled out, looked at them, saw it was only a bicycle as an example, and kept coming when they saw it was only a bicycle. It's that serious of a problem on that road, and it's a nice winding, fun to drive mountain road close to Denver. And I agree, it's a state highway, and of course the state patrol and and our sheriff's department are both always have a lot of work to do relative to the number of people that they have and a limited number of people to put out there. But whatever we can do about that, similar to what we're doing about other kinds of traffic behavior in the county and parking behavior, just to make sure that there's signage education and the occasional enforcement that people feel scared enough to not do it, I think would be very helpful. And I support encouraging whoever can to do whatever they can to try to reduce that risk. It's not the only road where it happens, but it may be the most because it's a little more easily drivable, for example, in Guanella for that kind of purpose and places like that. So anyway, so I support that. Also, just one other thing I'm going to bring up today on the JCMH front. As you know, there's been a merger that's been in the works. JCMH has been talking about a merger for around 5 years, and they've been working with WellPower for about 1.5 years, and they had conversations with WellPower, which is the Denver CMHP, Community Mental Health Partner provider. So the idea was to combine those two to use economics of scale to reduce, fixed overhead and other costs and provide more services. Unfortunately, because of the change in the emergency wind down post-COVID and the vast reduction in Medicaid costs, both organizations, like all others, are finding themselves in a very precarious position, a kind of an unstable, newer environment that's worse than they'd expected. Wellpower has chosen to take a step back and they have pulled out of the potential merger. So there, and this just happened in the last week, their board made a decision not to move forward. So there's the negative of JCMH not having that opportunity for consolidation and a greater economics of scale to solve their economic problems, which are coming out of the post-COVID wind down. But the other side of it is that they have certainty and they know where they're headed and they can work on it. And the merger, the economics of scale improvements afforded by the merger was not going to come near solving the entire problem. And so they can move on in a stable environment, knowing what they've got. It's just one tool that's off the table for now. And they're still, JCMH of the board is still, they still anticipate solving the problem. They've got a really strong organization and they'll work on it. So, there are a couple other things, but I think in the interest of moving on today, that's what I'll say unless something George says spikes my imagination.
Thank you. Couple things quick, because this is on the agenda for later. I don't have a draft CCI legislative proposal to propose to the board today, so probably going to ask for a special meeting, given that the deadline is next Friday and our next meeting is the 16th. So just heads up on that. I'll explain more when we're on the agenda. On the child care scholarship program, I am starting to think about how to communicate this opportunity to families and intend to reach out to Megan about how the county can help. The Schools Foundation has pointed out that like the list of the people that they communicate with, the people that are paying attention to what they're doing, the people that could benefit from this. So I think they'll be looking to us to share this information, this good news about the fact that there is a program, a child care scholarship program available to families in Clear Creek. Lastly, the GROC, the Gateway to the Rockies Opioid Commission, is getting ready to do an education session as the first step of what's the next round of funding look like? What are the strategic priorities? Those meetings are, Randy, I know are you getting the invites now?
I am.
Okay.
I couldn't make last Monday because it was the Monday. My family was in town still that morning after the memorial and I couldn't make that meeting. I made the JCMH meeting that night, but.
Well, we filibustered for you. It wasn't me, but we filibustered and didn't get to that part. So the next meeting, it would be a really good meeting for you to attend and Mitch for you to attend if you want this board to be talking about what our priorities should be or what priorities we should bring to the GROC. I'll share right now the thing that's really top of mind for me is naloxone distribution, also known as Narcan.
Mhm.
The reason that it's very important to me is a stat that I saw. The reason that I think it's an important strategic priority is the stat that I saw in our opioid conference. Half of the people who died of an opiate overdose last year did so in the presence of a bystander. What that means to me in very simple terms is that if we all had one of these, we'd give ourselves a chance to cut opioid deaths in half in this state. You almost never see outcomes like that unless you're talking about Clear Creek EMS and cardiac arrest. Because Clear Creek EMS saved half of the people that made a cardiac arrest call last year. That's just a side compliment. And I think that's everything.
Just so you know, my intention is to make all the GROC meetings. I've mentioned the reason why I didn't that Monday. When I got up and looked at it, I went, well, I've still got my family up the street here, across the street from me. So I went and did that instead. And they were all in town because of an opioid death. So I spent a little time with them. And and I also support the use of naloxone availability as prolifically as possible. There are they don't outweigh the need to have it. There are some double-edged sword consequences of the way it's used and perceived in the recreational community. But that's just something that comes with the territory. And it could, because the number of lives that can be saved by having it available as much as possible is too great to overlook. It's just the fact of life. It's known that when people have a third tool, like the drug that takes them up, the third drug that takes them down, and also the one that they can use to have on hand so they can get as close as possible. Sometimes they're willing to get closer than they were before because they know they've got something to bail. They got a parachute to bail out. So they push closer to the edge. But the number of lives that can be saved versus the ones that are additionally lost is, I think, probably a lot greater. I don't have statistics on that, but that's a gut feeling I got after the depths which I've dived in the last 6 months. So
My calendar doesn't have visibility on those meetings.
I will ask that you get
Thanks.
that invite. Okay, just lastly, also, this should have been on my list. I crossed 3 time zones yesterday getting here, and so I might be a little bit less precise than normal. I welcome your support of the two of you in keeping this thing on the rails today. And that's all. So county manager updates, Brett.
Good morning. July is gearing up to be a busy month for us. We had 3 budget meetings scheduled, July 10th, 18th, and 24th. Those were public meetings to get the word out, get input on our budget. July 10th was being earmarked for Evergreen, but unfortunately, we have no location. The school was not available. There's no venue large enough that's inside Clear Creek County. So we're gonna cancel that date at this point. If we can find a venue at some point, we can certainly hold a meeting there, but there's nowhere inside our county that is a large enough venue for us to meet. So the first scheduled meeting then is going to be July 18th in Idaho Springs at the United Center, and then July 24th here in this room. Just a reminder, we have scheduled an all-employee in-service training day on Monday, July 22nd, so that's right around the corner. We got a keynote speaker coming in to help us talk about values, in addition to doing some values work with our staff and some other trainings as well. It's going to be held at the high school. And then my final item is we have a scheduled mayors and commissioners meeting next Tuesday, July 9th at Marion's. I'd be curious if there's anything off the top of your head in terms of an agenda, any topics that you might want to see on that agenda. We did cancel the June meeting, which feels like it was just yesterday. But we did cancel the June meeting, so assuming we want to hold this. I can send a draft agenda out to everyone, and once I hear from the 3 of you, if there's anything specific that you want on there. I think maybe continuing the multi-jurisdictional housing authority formation would be good. Amy and I met with Georgetown and Idaho Springs in the last week. So things are moving, but I think it would just continue that conversation, and we're trying to target an August date to bring to you the IGA to approve that, to get that thing up and running. So that's the one item I would suggest that needs to be on there. And then also I know we got feedback at the May meeting that they want to do the roundtable. That can take a little bit of time. So if you've got anything in particular off the top of your head, I'd love to hear it. If not, I will probably send an email out to everybody this afternoon, just kind of soliciting ideas for agenda.
July or August might be good opportunities for the new school superintendent to stop by and say hi, maybe eat a meal before you guys get into business.
Yeah, probably the
So-
August meeting. It's my understanding is that kind of,
He's here.
well,
He lives in Evergreen.
in and out, it sounds like.
Okay.
I had a meeting with
I'm
Chris
just-
yesterday, but
I'm just suggesting
Yeah,
it
no,
might be a
it's
good
great.
opportunity.
Yeah.
So shall I invite him to August, or should someone else?
I leave that to the review to, it's your guys' meeting.
I think it would be great to invite him.
Okay.
August or July.
I mean, if the availability is there in July, we can certainly do it then too.
I think he'll be less busy in July than he is in August.
Okay? You let me know.
Okay, thanks.
On the agenda, I think a focus on the housing authority would be great if we're trying to sign an agreement. Maybe with some heads up to the municipalities that we're gonna try to have a focused conversation.
Yeah, I can let them know that when I send the draft agenda.
On a venue for a budget conversation in the Evergreen area, I suggest the Evergreen Fire Rescue Fire Department.
It's not on the county.
Is there
I-
a rule that says they have to be in the county?
Yes, there's a statute.
Can we call it something different and then not worry about that?
If there, unless you guys are not going to speak. If you're just gonna be there and sit and not have any discussion of county business. That would be the only way. Otherwise, it is a public meeting of the board. No matter how you.
No king.
Or notice it, yeah.
Will you please share that statute and
I'll send it to you.
prepare an executive session?
Sure.
The issue with the schools,
You mean
Um,
statute?
just
about
because
records.
it's in July
Send
and
it.
they're traditionally closed. Is that the argument, or they're doing renovations?
Yeah, it was basically that, because we're already kind of making them open for our all employee meeting, and so they don't have any custodians or anybody to clean up after on the date that we were looking for.
Yeah, and if we can have, I know we're already on the agenda for some executive sessions today, maybe the board can just get some advice on that law and understand how to stick to the spirit of it and also stick to our intent of
Having a collaborative meeting.
public engagement.
Mhm.
Yeah, right.
And there's not an emerge meeting, I don't think, anytime soon.
October, I think.
Yeah, which is too late. so-
It is our opportunity to have something that's more like public comment and engagement.
Right.
The opportunity to ourselves,
It'd be hard to get
reveal our thinking, respond to other people's
Mhm.
concerns. So a way to do that, and
Yeah.
other than within the rigid format of these meetings, which don't allow a lot for that because we don't, the public comment at the beginning of the meeting, we're done. So be nice to have the opportunity to have dialogue in a open collaborative environment.
Mhm.
One thing, and I realize we're in, one thing that I would just want to throw out there from the last meeting that occurred to me regarding the childcare. There were a couple of questions that or a question that I asked and a comment that I made, or a couple of questions that I asked regarding childcare. And one of them was, and they're both about the same general topic. One of them, and I want to be clear that people understand why I asked the question. I asked, the clawback clause in our contract on the childcare, that if we didn't like something we saw for almost any reason, money that hadn't been spent could be clawed back. The reason I asked what kinds of things would cause that to potentially happen was because I was concerned about something someone else said. I think it was George, that we want to know what future commissioners might do if they simply had a different opinion about whether it was good policy to contribute to childcare. And that we wouldn't be dragging money back, that we had an actual intent, that we were out there for good purpose. And the second thing that I asked about, which was, and so my purpose was to make sure that we didn't have so much leeway built in that anybody, for any reason, political or otherwise, ideology, could simply say, no, we don't want to do that stuff anymore. Give us the money back that you've got in your bank account. The second one was regarding means testing. And I consider childcare to be consider the availability of childcare, healthcare, affordable healthcare, and this broad ranging to be a lot like our conversations about affordable housing. There's what the private sector does best is maximize profit, increase incentive to get a whole lot of stuff done and expand economies. It doesn't do a very good job of getting stuff done that is inherently unprofitable by virtue of reducing the price below what the market can provide. And so when we're talking about trying to make childcare available to a population at large, I completely agree with our former conversations that we don't want to micromanage what this organization is doing, the foundation is doing with childcare, and say, here's what we think it should look like, and here's what the numbers we think should be, or anything like that. But I do think it's fair to state, and I'm willing to state in the meeting, that the spirit that I bring into this is that I'm hoping that it's a program that's run that allows people to have childcare, not just those that can afford it, because that's like asking the private sector to solve the problems of affordable housing, which will never happen because it's the nature of the beast for that not to happen until it's either regulated or subsidized or both. So I just want to throw that thought out there, that's where I am on the issue, because I think childcare for as many people as possible is good for the economy and good for people. So I want to be real clear about that.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is communications update.
I'm gonna turn my camera on so people can see me when I'm talking. Yeah, so just some quick updates here. On July 4th, the roundabout will be running until 4:30. It will resume running, obviously, as scheduled the next day, but just because of the holiday, just wanted to let people know about that. And then, like Brian said, July 22nd, the county actually will be closed. So if you're coming in and you have something to do here, don't come in on July 22nd. That's a Monday. So maybe just if you hear something in the community, let people know about that so they don't get stranded here. And then also coming up next week is the second public meeting for the DLD, all that kind of fun stuff going on. That's from 6 to 8 at the Fire Authority building in Dumont. There is a survey that's been out. So if you live in DLD or Dumont, Lawson, Downeyville, or anything like that, please go to forum.clearcreekcounty.us. Take the survey, come to the meeting. We want to hear from you. We're talking about housing. We're talking about water. We're talking about all these types of things. So we want to hear from you. We want your voice to be heard. And then also happening right now at Public Health is back to school days. This is happening all throughout July. So parents can come in and bring their kids, and they can get their kids vaccinated for school. They can get physicals, sports physicals for school. They can get sex ed. They can get drug education, all of this kind of stuff, and get them ready back for school. If you are going to get a physical, it is a $20 fee. But yeah, come on into Public Health, and we'd love to get you guys ready to go back to school.
Is there a mechanism for families that don't believe they can come up with a?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. If they can't pay the $20, Public Health will handle it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next is the consent agenda. Does anybody wish to remove anything from the consent agenda for discussion?
I do not.
One or two comments, I think. I have one question, and I don't think it's going to generate a removal of anything. I like to see it.
Peter, I think your advice is if we have a question about something, we just put it on action and take it separately, which is fine.
Correct. You pull it.
I actually don't have a question about what's there. It's more of a comment about one of the items is all, and it doesn't change it.
Okay, so we can maybe just do that during discussion of the motion.
Yeah, I think so.
Cool. Then I will read the consent agenda. Item A, consideration of approval of warrant register. Item B, consideration of approval of Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes from August 4th, 5th, 6th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 14th, 18th, 19th, 21st, 25th of 2020, September 1st, 8th, 10th, 15th of 2020. Item C, consideration of approval of memorandum of understanding between Clear Creek County and the town of Empire for the use of Empire Town Hall. Item D, consideration of approval of the memorandum of understanding between Clear Creek County, Colorado and Clear Creek Skiing Corporation doing business as the Loveland Ski Area for use of Loveland Ski Area facilities for emergency sheltering. Item E, consideration of approval of U.S. Forest Service modification of grant agreement for U.S. Forest Service trails maintenance by Clear Creek County. Item F, consideration of approval of construction contract for the pavement rehab for Upper Bear Creek Road Project, RC 24-01 to Martin Marietta. Item G, consideration of lease agreement among Martin Marietta Materials Real Estate Investments Incorporated and the counties of Gilpin and Clear Creek to lease a shooting range. Item H, consideration of approval of ratification of approval of water lease agreement between Clear Creek County and Climax Molybdenum Company. Item I, consideration of approval of resolution number 24-50, a resolution to appoint a member to the Clear Creek County Open Space Commission. Item J, consideration of approval of May 21st and June 18th, 2024 Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the entire consent agenda.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second discussion.
Yeah, just on item G, I'm pleased that the shooting range, as it has in the past, presumes and requires that it's only for the purpose of the agencies listed to be able to use it for practice, as opposed to having any public access. And I just presume that in the future, that would always be the case for that place. We've got 2 shooting ranges in the county now, which are the only 2 public shooting ranges in the area. And I just wanted to toss that thought out there. I read through it just to make sure that since there's a little bit of change in how it was being used and administered, that, you know, it presumed that it was only to be continued to be used for professional, which the way it's written, it's at that way at this time. So that's my only comment on that.
Okay.
And also thanks to all the different communities to the different communities that we have, Empire and others that have stepped up with these sheltering agreements. Appreciate the collaboration that the communities show to make sure that we have facilities available for sheltering during inclement weather and stuff like that.
Okay. I'll just add a couple things. I think it's important, as you do, and thanks for tag teaming this, to point out verbally some of the things that are happening on this consent agenda that I think are really good. One of them is, second year in a row, the U.S. Forest Service is paying us for work that our trails team is doing on federal land. Great way to subsidize that team's efforts. The closest stakeholders to outcomes on the Forest Service are Clear Creek County residents, and so it's just really great to see this. I also want to thank, Beth for helping catch us up on all of these Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes during 2020. We were running hard during 2020, really, really working our tails off to keep up. And sometimes you got to prioritize. So thanks for going back and doing the work to get those things done. And that is all from me.
You know, I would like to second it because to say something about Beth. This is not only, you know, that compliment not only goes for all the hard work that it takes to catch up. If you look at that many sets of minutes within a couple of week period to get it done, but it also says a lot about how much was going on at the time that was extra load that people were carrying. And Beth was carrying a ton of load as primary administration, assistance and support, as we were going through a ton of stuff, fielding a lot of questions throughout that time. A lot of people did a lot. Beth carried a huge amount of load, and I just want to point that out. This is not only about what she's getting done now, which we can be thankful for, because that's a mountain of stuff to get done, but it's an indication of what the mountain of stuff was she was doing to help us during the COVID crisis as well.
Thanks.
All said.
I think I told you it was 137 meetings in 12 months.
Oh my gosh.
So it was a lot.
Some of those were related to the construction of the clinic.
Yeah.
So, okay, we've got a motion on the floor. Any
I'm ready to vote.
further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next on the agenda is we're moving into action sessions. Consideration of approval of resolution number 24-49. A resolution in appreciation of meritorious service performed by Office of Emergency Management Director Suzanne for over 6 years of service to Clear Creek County. Before we actually take this up, curious, does Suzanne have intent to be here? Because we can take something up out of order.
I haven't seen her come in yet. which is weird.
She's online.
Oh, she's online.
Yep.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
I just promoted her to panelist
Grab
if she's
Brian.
interested.
Brian just ran out.
Oh, no, I didn't know that's what he was going for. Sorry.
Hi, Suzanne.
Do you want me to go grab Brian?
Let's just, let's take up item number 2. consideration of approval of a letter of appreciation to the Grand County Housing Authority. Amy, are you prepared to present on that?
I certainly can. I wasn't anticipating would be a
Oh.
action
There
item.
she is.
Okay.
Here she is.
Da-da-da-da.
Well, when it's my turn.
So you want
Um,
to read that? I see you got it up.
So what I have done before we read the resolution, normally we would read the resolution before we make a motion. However, yesterday I got excited about adding a few whereas clauses to this.
According to your version, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I read it. I'm good with it.
Okay. Is that the version that you have open?
I don't think so. I've got the one off the
I have,
agenda.
do you guys, this is the new one.
Is your version on the agenda, George?
This version is printed right here, actually.
Okay,
Would you like to read it?
sure, if you want me to. I saw you had it up.
Yeah, that'd be great.
All right. Resolution 24-49. Resolution in appreciation of Clear Creek County Office of Emergency Management Director Suzanne BOCC for over 6 years of meritorious service to Clear Creek County. Let me just see how far I have to go here. Okay, good. Hey, Susan. You're running a long ways. You want to run a little slower, which I should do anyway when I read these. Whereas Suzanne, better known as the Queen of Resilience, has served Clear Creek County for over 6 years, and the Clear Creek County Board of Commissioners desires to publicly recognize Suzanne's dedication to the current and past county constituents. And whereas the Clear Creek County Commissioners Board of County Commissioners desires to recognize Suzanne for not only doing her job for 6 long years, but also during the global pandemic and ensuring Clear Creek was prepared and responded and documented and inventoried and reported and organized and called for help and asked for money and set up an emergency operations center. And, well, she was a superstar when we needed her most. You know, it was hard for me to just read that without getting winded. So I can't even imagine what it was like to do it. Whereas Suzanne's expertise is in managing FEMA disaster reimbursement process, known globally for their processes, known nobly for their complexity, enabled local residences to go directly to the people and businesses in Clear Creek County, allowing people to afford to stay in their homes through rental assistance and businesses keeping their doors open through most of the generous business relief program in the state, through the most generous business relief program in the state, and ultimately providing the foundation for a stunning recovery as shown by sales tax receipts throughout the county. Whereas Suzanne's expertise in emergency communications enabled the county to keep residents informed about how to keep themselves safe from COVID, aware of the relief programs that were made available, and up to date on rapidly shifting state and local rules. Whereas Suzanne's calm, professional demeanor during the pandemic was the ballast for the team that was working incredibly hard under extreme duress, keeping us focused on what mattered and pointed in the right direction. Whereas, as an emergency management director, Suzanne played a crucial role in ensuring the Clear Creek community was safe and resilient in the face of disasters. And whereas Suzanne had to handle a massive learning and educating curve after coming from Washington, D.C., and the world of well-established programs to Clear Creek County, where we needed a lot of plans, supplies, and people and volunteers and community awareness. And whereas most people don't know the breadth of knowledge that an Office of Emergency Management Director needs to be ready for anything at any moment, so as an example, imagine driving a stick shift car and shifting gears from wildfires to avalanches, to floods, to blizzards, to landslides, to dam failures, to dam sirens, to communicating all the safety supplies and response information to the local community. And whereas Suzanne has had to be and is an expert in preparedness and planning, risk assessments, resource coordination, incident management, communications, recovery efforts, damage assessments, regulatory compliance, like if you didn't call for the airdrop fire suppressant at the right time, you were paying for the plane, the pilot, and the fuel. Wow. And whereas Suzanne was amazing at not only bringing Clear Creek County to the 21st century, but also educating county employees and volunteers on standards and expectations of being prepared. She built community resilience, built partnerships with multiple public safety agencies. She trained public safety officials. She united public safety officials. She led by example and made all stakeholders feel important and valued. And whereas Suzanne exemplified leadership not only during the global pandemic, but in any major or minor crisis that the Clear Creek County could have, she assisted county and municipal leadership with tough decisions, ensuring the safety and well-being of the community. She instilled confidence and trust in the community and among response teams. Excuse me, whereas, I need to get a drink of water here. Whereas even during the most recent crisis of a 4-foot snowstorm at the end of April, Suzanne was in the courthouse and had a cot set up to spend the weekend managing the event and making sure all residents and visitors had a safe and warm place to stay each night. And whereas even when there was not a crisis, Suzanne made one. No, Suzanne was always looking ahead and planning and streamlining and finding gaps and finding efficiencies, building a more stable emergency operations center for any emergency the county may have, joining the county cybersecurity team, and connecting staff with federal CISA members to train and make aware of digital threats coming across the internet. And whereas Suzanne was never one to just do the job, but always went above and beyond during the global pandemic when our rural community was struggling, she called in the National Guard for any and all duties, organizing, responding, etc., that was needed. The National Guard crew was here so long, we almost called them residents. They wanted to stay. I remember that. And Suzanne always made sure Clear Creek County got what it needed to stabilize and secure any situation within its borders. Whereas Suzanne was also a superstar at finding funding to help Clear Creek recovery, mitigation, resource management, and critical planning, all of which are not cheap in this day and age. And whereas Suzanne is running away to a new adventure closer to home, and albeit the Clear Creek team is sad, we know others need Suzanne's help too, and she has left us all the better for our future planning and resiliency. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners adopts this resolution of appreciation for meritorious service performed by the Clear Creek County Office of Emergency Management Director, Suzanne BOCC, and be it further resolved that the original copy of this resolution be presented to Suzanne and that this resolution become part of the permanent records of Clear Creek County. And be it ever further resolved, the county wishes you the best in your future endeavors, and you will truly be missed. Adopted the second day of July, 2024, at a regularly scheduled meeting of the Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners. And with the chair's permission, I would just like to add a couple of words and then I'll be done with this. And that is that when Suzanne was first coming here, I spoke to a person who was an emergency services director, I believe at the time, in Boulder County about what we were facing in Clear Creek County as we were deer caught in the headlights in front of a global pandemic without the resources and expertise we needed on hand. And that person knew that we had Suzanne here and said, you guys are in good hands. She told us then when she first came, she told me when she first came that she was a superstar, that we were in good hands and she would take care of us. And we were lucky we couldn't find anybody better. So the last place you were, one of the places that you worked with, at least before that, before you came here, some people that you'd worked with, a very important person you worked with, told us and gave me a lot of security knowing as a completely know-nothing county commissioner in the middle of a global pandemic that that we were going to be okay as long as we had you on the team.
Thank you, Randy. I think before we call for a motion, well, actually, Mitch, I would defer to you. I know you weren't here to
You can
anytime.
go.
Okay. I think the first thing that's really important to say is congratulations. I think it's great when people come into our organization and excel the way that you did. And that results in finding what I hope is an even better job than this one. Say that even better piece with a little tongue in cheek, because what we put each other through during COVID to show up for our people was difficult. I just want to express personal gratitude. I know how hard you worked and not just how hard you worked, but how well you worked. There was a conversation when we got federal CARES money about, should we do like a lot of other local governments are doing and kind of hedge their bets and steer clear of the FEMA reimbursement process? We were eligible for a lot of federal reimbursement money, but it was a risk because you don't know if you're going to get it. And it's also a huge workload to get through it. And we were able to take that risk because we were confident in Suzanne's ability to get through that process. And because Suzanne said she was willing to do it. That's because you knew the stakes. You knew what else we could do with that money. That money kept people in their homes. That gave people an option to keep themselves safe instead of having to go out and figure out another way. It kept our businesses open. It's written into the resolution, so I'm not going to try to describe all of it, but I just want to make sure that people know if there's a person in the county that's the reason that we got the outcomes we got in Clear Creek in terms of schools staying open and once we open back up, never closing back down, doing pretty good on our health outcomes in the community. And I think doing really well on our economic outcomes. It's you. And so I just what I see when I look at this consent agenda on what's one of your last days, I see you continuing to do work to build systems that can keep people safe in Clear Creek County and save lives when they need it the most. That's why emergency managers hopefully take the job because they want to save people's lives. You represent that in a way that I hope we can get somebody that can have half of that to replace you. I'm sure we can. That's what integrity looks like. That's what it looks like to have an employee that, walking in the door, that they know their mission, they know the reason they're there. So thank you. I believe you are a stellar person. And I'm so grateful for what you did for the people of Clear Creek County.
Thank you. I'm pretty overwhelmed. That was quite a long and detailed resolution. I'm impressed. No, I've absolutely loved working here. I still do. I've got a week left and I still love it. We've got an absolutely great team here. I could not have done any of that without, you weren't here at the time, but without both of you as strong support from commissioners, without support from all of our departments, especially at the time, the sheriff at the time was like, yes, take the time to do that reimbursement. He was very much supportive of that. Great relationships with fire and EMS and all the law enforcement agencies, and public health, environmental health, just all of them. I love what I have done here and I struggled with the decision because I really do love it. But it's the right move for me and my family, but I do love it and I hope to come by and visit often, and I'm going to be down in Lakewood at the Federal Center. So, I've given a lot of folks my contact information, so please don't be strangers.
Okay. With that, I think I will call for a motion unless you have.
Go for it.
Call for a motion.
I move we approve resolution R 24-49, resolution appreciation of Clear Creek County Office of Emergency Management Director Suzanne Boshev for over 6 years of meritorious service to Clear Creek County.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you, Suzanne. Next thing on the agenda is a consideration of a letter of appreciation for the Grand County Housing Authority. I don't think our intent is to read his next two letters of appreciation. Amy, if you could describe what's in here, that would be very helpful. The first one is the Grand County Housing Authority.
Yeah, well, the Grand County Housing Authority, as I think you know, has been providing support for our residents by processing Section 8 applications for housing, which funds low-income people and their rents. Eligible housing that then offsets their rents. And it's a fairly administratively heavy process, and Grand County does that for us for a fee. And it's a burdensome, difficult process, and they do a great job and have expanded that service over the years and allowed us to provide more low-income housing for people. And so this letter is recognizing that work and just trying to cement and foster and nurture that relationship.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any comments?
Just that I appreciate the fact that they're able to absorb what would be a much larger burden on us as we work our way toward a sustainable housing program.
I would just add, while we're talking about the Grand County Housing Authority, this is the organization that partnered with us on the rental relief program during COVID.
They did.
Without charge, under duress, and performed excellently. So without any other comment, I would welcome a motion.
Yeah, I move that we approve the letter of appreciation to the Grand County Housing Authority.
I'll second that.
We have the motion and the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Next on the agenda is consideration of approval of a letter of appreciation to the Northwest Council of Governments. Amy, what's this one?
This one is a letter appreciating their work supporting the weatherization program that we are an eligible partner for. They do include us in their weatherization program. We're not officially a member of Northwest COG, but they expand the footprint of their weatherization program a little bit so that we get to benefit from that. And that's something we're also, through our partnership with them, working on continuing to expand communication about and just helping people take advantage of that opportunity. And it's growing in large part due to the excellence of their program and their partnership.
Well, it was a great story they told. I'd ask that maybe you reach out and ask them to fix what looks like a typo in the fourth line.
Sure.
Just, it talks about our community, so.
Of the story.
Yeah, the story that was put together by the state or
Probably North.
the COG.
Okay, yep, I will.
Thanks. I think it reflects upon us if it talks about us and there's a typo.
It does, indeed. Yes.
Thanks. But it's a great story. I think, I hope we can leverage that.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Mhm.
It is. So I, without further comment, would welcome a motion.
I move that we approve a letter of appreciation for the Northwest Council of Governments.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you, commissioners.
Amy? On the agenda is a work session with CDOT to discuss water salinity levels.
Don't think
They're here yet. I know Abby Madoffy is on site because I got a text from her a little bit ago. It's texted that they were coming up pretty quickly back to her. So I don't know if they're outside or do we want to take a break and maybe I'll run around and look real quick.
Amy's out there talking to somebody right now.
Okay,
Let's do a 5-minute bio break.
sounds good. 5 minutes.
Okay, we are done with our recess and we have an agenda item to go to. We're gonna
Yeah.
go out of order. We're not gonna do item number 4. We're gonna start with item number 5. An introduction of the new Clear Creek County Advocates Director, Kat Foreman.
Hi again.
Morning, everybody. So just for those at home, my name is Chris Gould. I'm the president of the board of directors for the Clear Creek Advocates. And we presented to the county commissioners back in the fall, and we're not going to repeat that now. Just wanted to take an opportunity to introduce our new executive director. So we've had a couple of executive directors over the course of the last year as we do some transition away from the leadership of Joni Albers. And so we, back in April, were able to hire Kat Foreman. And Kat comes to us from, with a background in nonprofits. And she's really jumped in with both feet on the advocate side. And so part of my purpose for coming today before you is just to assure everybody that advocates are still going strong, and she was just over helping people, and we'll be running back there shortly, but I'll give Kat a moment if she has anything that she wants to say, and then certainly if you have questions for us, we're happy to answer questions. But welcome to Kat, and welcome to Clear Creek County. She's a resident, and her husband is working in the county, so I'm glad to have us.
Thank you, Chris. So as you said, I'm new here. I've been a Colorado resident for 24 years. Originally from California, but grew up in the Midwest. My husband just joined the Clear Creek Fire as a lieutenant over there full-time in January. And we've been mountain residents for a long time, lived out in Park County for 9 years and over near Evergreen for 7 years. And then once he joined with Clear Creek Fire, our lives started to kind of move this way. So we just moved to Idaho Springs, bought a house there about a month ago, and are excited to be here. And as Chris mentioned, I've been working in nonprofits for several years, serving families, working with genetic disorder organization, and then a nonprofit over in Evergreen for 7 years that really work with a lot of families in diverse ways and helping them navigate life and trauma and a variety of issues. And now I'm with Clear Creek Advocates. I'm very excited to be here. I expect a very long and successful future, just serving all of you. So, does anyone have any questions for me?
I just want to start with saying thank you for choosing the advocates.
Oh, thank you.
Really appreciate that commitment.
Well, I'm very excited, specifically working in advocacy while I am new to that. Just recently completed certification, become a certified advocate in the training. I'll continue more and more training. But I'm really enjoying getting to know the community and finding a way to truly serve all of you. That's very fulfilling and exciting for me. Yeah.
I think I'd like to say that you picked the same thing. I appreciate the choice of advocates because of the critically important role that they play. Most people get through life never needing them. When they do need them, they're in pretty hollow, desperate moments. And they certainly need somebody there to help triage that and cover that void. And when you're standing in a dark moment in the middle of the night, it's pretty good to have somebody there when all your friends are sleeping. That's no one else to say.
Well, and while I bring a little bit of a new perspective and, a new voice to the community as far as advocates, I do have to say I was inspired by Joni's words that I read in an article of hers that she commented, I think it was 7 years ago. And I'm sure that will resonate with me for years to come, where she said, as the advocates, we get to be with someone on their hardest day to get them to their next day and their better days. I'm summarizing that a little bit. It wasn't verbatim. But what stood out to me in that statement was the word get. Not that we have to be, but we get to be with them. And that's my view on being an advocate and how I will lead. So.
Great. Yeah, thank you for being here. I'm curious, what was the Evergreen nonprofit that you were?
It's Eudaimonia Human Flourishing Center. And they're still over there. They are a community-based organization, helped build it. So if you look at it and you wonder if there's more around the country, there's not. It's a standalone and it's going through a lot of changes, similar to the advocates. When leadership changes, there's a lot of changes that can happen. But yeah, it is still over there operating.
Care to throw out any teasers about new perspective? High priority initiatives you have in mind?
So I have a strong background in fundraising, and so I'm looking to take the advocates to a bit of a growth and just continued outreach, as you said, continuing to work with those families for years. I want to have the funds to ensure that we do not have to step away due to funding. And so I'm very focused on increasing the amount of money that comes through the advocates, as well as the new perspective, I think, is having someone who's fresh, who doesn't know everyone. I have no preconceived ideas or experience with anyone who's currently in the community. Anyone who's interested in serving the advocates, they'll be new to me. And so I'm excited to just express to them how we represent ourselves to the community, that we have a modern approach, how we work with people, and that we plan to not have to, as I said, my big focus is not having to step away with them. It's not a one and a done, that people can feel confident coming back to us time and time again if they need us.
Right.
Yes.
I'll throw
Well,
out.
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, just, I think sometimes there's an idea with advocates that we're working with them during, while it is victims of crime, it's also moments of trauma in their life. And so they may witness something else in the community or experience a loss of a loved one or even a stranger, and how that affects them. I don't want to say unfortunately, because life involves hard moments and hard times, and that includes trauma. And we're just excited to be able to be there with them. We want them to feel safe and secure reaching out to us, even if they just experience or see something where we don't immediately, due to a connection with law enforcement, see them as a victim of a crime, but they still want to reach out to the advocates for support.
And by that, when I said hopefully not, what I mean is hopefully they're not having to reach out.
Yes, yeah,
Multiple occurrences of
Yes.
trauma or crime.
right.
One other thing I'll throw out is just as we were going through the hiring process and with Kat, we were very excited. A couple other things, she has ideas about rebranding as far as being public facing and people knowing what the advocates are about, because that's an important piece of that, is people even knowing that they have that support there, regardless of whether they're called out on a specific call. Another area of strength for her is in recruiting volunteers. She has a track record of that, building that volunteer base. And so we're looking forward to building our volunteer base in the advocates as well, so that we are always available to help people without burning them out. So
If we can focus on building partnerships with other organizations in the community that are not necessarily responding to a trauma, that way we can kind of associate our branding with a positive. So people aren't seeing us and thinking of necessarily as a negative, even though it's positive, we help them through something. The most recent, we're very excited about big community fundraiser is for those of you who are, well, all of us are very familiar with the construction on I-70, unfortunately, but Kramer North America is the construction company that's heading that up. And the advocates just recently formed a partnership with them for 6 years that will be doing an annual fun run, and they'll be supporting our Santa workshop. And so we're very excited about that collaboration and connection with them. That gives us an opportunity outside of what we do for the community to meet us and see us, just another opportunity to be able to drum up more volunteers as well when people see us in that sort of capacity.
Thank you. Victims advocacy is, of course, a statutory obligation of counties. I think the argument that when you have a nonprofit that can do it well, that's the best approach. I think it's good to have some independence from law enforcement. A lot of times victims advocacy is inside law enforcement. Different people react to law enforcement in different ways. So I support that approach. And I'm grateful for your partnership in helping the county meet a statutory obligation, probably better than we could ourselves, is my sense. At least that's within the range of outcomes.
I think that's true.
Now there's definitely there's a limitation that system-based advocates have when they work directly for the county or for law enforcement. There's confidentiality or requirements that they have to meet that we do not, and to where our clients can open up to us a bit more and we can help work with them. And at the same time, we can partner with law enforcement. So when they feel safer discussing their situation with us, we can help them be able to share what they need to with law enforcement to bring the perpetrators of their crime to justice.
Anything else?
Chris and Kat, thanks.
All right, thank you all for the
Thank
time.
you.
Appreciate it. Okay, and I know we've got a 10 o'clock ETA with CDOT, which is great. Are we prepared to do the public hearing on 238 Stanley Road?
Yes, we are.
Okay, let's take that up now.
Jeremy, would you join me up here? Thank you.
Do you have anything you need me to share?
I don't think so. If
Okay.
you have a Moon online, he is the property owner there,
What is his name?
Moon Pressock. You don't see
Any
him on-
chance it could be the 7-2? Yeah, I don't see him, but if I do see him, I'll cross him over.
Okay, so this is continued public hearing to consider approval. Resolution number 24-34. A resolution to request deviation from the driveway standards on site development case 2024-0001. Contained in the Clear Creek County roadway design and construction manual for the property located at 2 Stanley Road.
Thank you, commissioners. I'd just like to briefly reintroduce this request. This is a request to deviate from the driveway standards for a proposed single-family residence to be located at 2238 Stanley Road. And the developer, the individual that's proposing to develop the single-family residence, it was tasked with some challenging conditions there with the orientation of the property, the topography, steep slopes from the road up to their feasible building site for the construction there. They've explored a variety of different methods and ways of accessing the property with both compliant and non-compliant driveway proposals. The proposal that we have now meets compliance with the driveway standards in the area of the public road, which has gone a long way in satisfying the site development department, and that it's mitigating safety measures associated with the traveling public, as well as the drainage infrastructure and maintenance concerns associated with the drainage and road maintenance for Stanley Road there. It does, from that point, once it gets away from Stanley Road, it does go through Clear Creek open space property and has a proposed grade of up to 18% for a section of the driveway that will be required to kind of get up to the parking area near the proposed residence. And we had recommended approval of the request to deviate from our driveway standards in regard to that 18% grade with one of the conditions that we've applied in the past to similar cases, that it comply with the county's wildfire hazard mitigation plan. And we referred that out to several partner agencies, including the Clear Creek Fire Authority, and received a response from them. And I think that's kind of what we wanted to discuss today.
Okay, this is a public hearing. We will have public comment. I think I will do public comment after hearing from Jeremy Jones. Thank you for being here.
Okay.
And then any words from the applicant, we'll do public comment after that. Jeremy, what would you add?
So normally we don't like to approve over 14% on a north facing slope, just due to conditions for about 7 months of the year. It's hard to get access. It's not just access for us, it's access for the ambulance. This particular location is definitely difficult to build, and I understand that. One of the issues we have with this location is it's very steep behind where the building's going to be constructed. And in the case of a structure fire, we believe that the fire would rapidly move uphill into the Miners Candle neighborhood. and threaten other structures in a negative way. So kind of, if you look at the letter that from Chief Baby, and his stance was 13D compliant sprinkler system, and I'm here to say the same thing. I'm okay with 18% for 125 feet. We can manage that, but I would like to see a 13D sprinkler system installed in the structure. The intent of that is twofold. It protects property for the property owner. We'd like to see a kitchen fire stay in the kitchen, right? We don't want to see it. We don't want to see the loss of a structure, and sprinklers allow us to do that. Second part of that is in the unfortunate event of ever a fire occurring in the structure, we'd like to, again, keep it within the structure, within itself, and not have it enter the wildland urban interface and start traveling uphill, mainly uphill. And also, as we know, prevailing winds is going to move rapidly to the east, which threatens even more structures as you get into the trophic drainage. So while we can't prevent all of these events, we are requesting this as part of the approval is a sprinkler is required for this particular structure. Just to lessen that risk to the community and also lessen the risk of them losing the home in an unfortunate situation and limited access in that driveway in January due to a snow event or something else, because that is our known concern for us is access depends on their ability to plow and maintain the driveway, and that doesn't always happen. And we can't predict when events occur. So that was my whole extent of my spiel for this. Because I've walked this, I've looked at it from above, and I understand the challenges to the builders, and I'm definitely not against them building there. I just think we need to reduce or manage the risk to the best of our ability at this level moving forward. Just because it's not just this particular structure, it's the neighbors that they get impacted by the construction.
I apologize for not remembering. Is there a water storage requirement to go to the sprinklers?
There is, they design a standalone 13D system. We've got one actually in Dumont, same thing. It's, by design, I don't know how many gallons it would require. I'd have to look at the plans and calculate that, but it would be on property water storage with a electric driven pump which is similar to what we use in our facility, because well water is 30 to 40 gallons a minute is unable to supply a sprinkler system. So there are some standalone systems that provide that coverage. And that would be our intent to approve something similar to that through this process.
Any words from the applicant? Thank you. Before we go to public comment?
I do not see the applicant online unless they are this 720 number. So.
Okay. I think let's proceed with public comment. If anybody is here in the room for public comment or online for public comment, please make yourself known.
If you're online and would like to provide comment, just raise your hand so I can cross you over. I'm not seeing anything.
Okay, seeing none, we will close public comment. Let's get into this. Questions, comments, colleagues?
I have one, and I'm still looking. So, Jeremy's recommendation, the fire department's fire authority's recommendation is that the building be sprinklered, right? Because of the 18% grade. I was looking through the resolution and the conditions, and I did not see the requirement for sprinklering. Is that?
It's not in the resolution at this time. And I was waiting for this discussion. I thought that may be something that would be requested to be added as a condition, and we can certainly add that condition to the resolution that if you were to choose to approve a deviation request and wanted to add that condition.
Realizing it
would probably replace the condition that requires compliance with wildfire hazard mitigation plan with the requirement to provide a suppression system, because it qualifies for the wildfire hazard mitigation plan too, or it could be added as in addition to.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say in addition to, because there isn't anything about a sprinkler system that in any way diminishes the need for dispensable space, as an example. you know, sprinkler systems are more about giving you a little more time. Quite honestly, they may limit the damage in a house. They give people time to get out. I think, Jeremy, correct me if I'm wrong, but most of the stuff I've heard about from building and the amount of time that I've spent, which is extensive, talking with multiple fire marshals from different jurisdictions, is that they seldom save a building. They more often give people time to get out of the building, a little more time to get out of the building, and they help prevent the building from spreading elsewhere. The number of buildings that are saved by sprinkler systems which have limited capacity when a fire gets going is small, and they obviously slow the spread so that maybe the fire department can do more with it when they get there and limit damage. So defensible space is still a valuable tool afterwards. And I'm also looking at the location and thinking about, so I realize there's not quite a trauma reaction, but a reaction to recent events. It's only been a couple of years since we had a fire not too far from where that is that potentially was threatening the east end of Idaho Springs as a wildfire was spreading and jumping ravines for a while until the fire department and a little bit of luck with the wind got it under control. So it happens to be in an area where we know, because it's north facing, it's pretty thickly wooded above that. We get high winds coming down the corridor, and anything we can do to limit the opportunity for that to spread into the wildland interface into the woods is pretty important.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. Sprinkler technology has come a long ways on design. And we are seeing more room of content type fires. So this loss of a bed and loss of a kitchen than we are entire structures on sprinklered buildings. And that's a shift in the last probably 5 to 10 years. It's because technology's improved, the sprinkler head design has improved. But the intent of the sprinkler is mainly to keep the fire contained to the building itself as much as we physically can to avoid the wildland interface issue.
Right.
And yeah, the Miners Candle Fire is very fresh. That was for those that aren't aware, that was a fire on December 4th. Technically that was a fire in the winter that went 20 acres and did jump ridgeline to ridgeline in the first couple hours of that fire. And had a lot of potential to continue to go down the valley in a negative way. So that particular area does have a moderate to high risk consistently throughout the year, especially in this time of year, but that was in December and we still had a high risk.
Yeah, we saw it I sat and watched that with Kelly from across the ravine, and I could see that I remember them telling him to get the firefighters out of there. It's too dangerous. Just evacuate the people in the area. And then there was a crew that surrounded it from the sides. And then we got lucky with a couple of wind shifts, as I recall. And otherwise it could have been a lot. And that's December. So
that was, the 4th of December. So that was in August. That wasn't our current fire conditions. Which even with the rain we're still in the high range. We've got very dry fuels. So that's our other concern is this time of year, that fire having potential to spread a long ways very rapidly through the community.
Well, in that 5 to 10 year period of sprinkler head technology as an example, and probably others is that's since the last time I had to have one of those conversations. So thanks for the input.
I feel a little mixed on this one. I want to understand the consequences of a denial. What does a denial, what options does this leave the applicant with if we deny this deviation request?
The site development department is currently requiring the exploration of alternatives before we even bring a request to deviate from our grade standards to the Board of County Commissioners. Their first attempt at exploring an alternative was creating a driveway that was several hundred feet long through the other side and going versus this current driveway proposal is about 150 feet to 200 feet long in total, and goes from the residence to the west through an open space parcel. The first proposal they brought to us complied with all the driveway standards, but went from the residence to the east through another open space, Clear Creek County open space parcel, but traveled traversed, several hundred feet through that and required extensive retaining walls and a lot of tree clearing was one of the factors that the Open Space Commission and open space staff had considered when evaluating that initial request for easement through the initial proposal that met driveway compliance. That was ultimately denied. The easement request was denied because the amount of disturbance and tree removal and retaining walls and the impact to the open space parcel on that side. So that particular path is likely closed to them. Other option, they could explore, they did explore extending from this direction to the west through the adjacent RV park. And I don't think that the developer of the RV park that's being developed adjacent to this was in favor of granting them easement through the RV park to access this as well. So they would have to get pretty creative with their type of construction to likely have a pretty severe separation from their parking area to the residence with some, exterior stairs and really cutting into the hillside. You see that in other cases where you can have a garage, well below the house or something like that, whether it's attached or detached there. So there are certainly options that it could be developed, but it's not always ideal. People tend to not be big fans of those big grade separations from their parking area to their home, just because of the inconvenience of getting from their car to the house.
Anybody that's gone to the grocery store and tried to get their groceries home knows what you're talking about. Is that all of us?
I don't want to tell a story that drags this out, but I used to have to park in a few snowstorms at the bottom of Ute Creek, and I lived at the end of Ute Creek at the top. So it was 2 miles of knee deep snow with 2 grocery bags, and when I couldn't make it. And but that, I digress, sorry. When I was a boy, snow was a lot deeper.
Do you still have concerns?
Yeah, I mean, I like the way I look at risk management. There are some outcomes that are potential outcomes that are so catastrophic that I struggle to have confidence in our ability to calculate the probability it might happen when it's like a tail probability. We're historically bad as a species at getting those tail probabilities right of like okay, so what would it take for this house to have a fire that gets into the woods, that starts to cross ridges, that jumps Highway 103, that gets into the highest fire risk area in the county, driven by predominant winds down into the Evergreen area. I think a lot of things would have to go spectacularly wrong for that to happen. And so I can see the argument that, well, that's a really low probability. I also view it as a really catastrophic outcome. And I'm not motivated. As much as I like to grant driveway deviations and help people be able to build on properties they purchase here, I'm not particularly motivated to impose that kind of risk in any probability on the people of Clear Creek County, the people of Jefferson County, in this era, right? When we've seen things like wildfires jump the divide. And so I'm not all the way no. I can be persuaded. But I don't see public benefit of allowing this deviation, knowing when I've gotten in writing from the fire department that if a fire happens on the wrong day, they might not be able to get there.
I think that's legitimate. I have 2 or 3 questions that address that occurred to me while I was just listening to all of that, listening to your questions, but I've already spoken, so I want to let Mitch go before I come back to that.
No, go right ahead.
Okay. I think first of all, I understand and agree with that, which is why I brought up the recent history of what's happened in that same area and its proximity just upwind from Idaho Springs by 2 or 3 miles, which when we've watched fires go 30, 40 miles across the Continental Divide, sweep across to Rocky Mountain National Park and get a lucky wind shift by Estes, which pretty much saved Estes,
Exactly.
from Cameron Peak. And I think it's real legitimate to have this conversation about creating new precedents in a time when risk is changing. That said, I also want to point out that if we didn't, it has more to do with me. We have asked our engineering department and our building department, when considering these driveway deviations, to primarily focus on what the fire department tells us for that reason. Jeffco's been doing that for quite a while. When people ask for deviation, the main thing the engineering department wants to know is, what does the fire chief think about our ability to get there? And so my question is, I know we have a 150 foot, we have a, what's your hose reach?
Hose reach is 200 feet, and if you look at the site plan design, it's from the change from 8% to 18%, you can reach the entire structure at 200 feet, but
My question is the
Yeah.
bottom of that 18% within your hose reach of the house?
yeah, it's within the hose reach, to the exterior of the structure. That doesn't mean it's to the interior of the structure, and
Okay.
that's where we start having the hose reach complications. It's, if I can reach the back of the structure from the exterior, that is well effective.
And
Maybe I need to reach the interior and I need 250 feet to do so because of the design of the interior.
And so without, I don't need to micromanage the discussion about how many feet of hose and all that, but just to know, is your assessment that because of the proximity of the bottom of the 18% grade to the house, there's a reasonable likelihood that you would be able to effectively fight a fire in this house? That's question number one. And then the second one is the alternative that you looked at, story that said that there is a way to come in without 18% grade, where we would have approved it because it wouldn't have required a driveway deviation, which would have required a lot of retaining wall, additional expense, and several hundred feet. Since that's on the north side, and I presume on steep grade, if it requires extensive retaining walls, you know, on the north side, within existing driveway standards, you can still not get through with a fire truck if you have several hundred feet to go on a steep north side in the winter. So from your experience, which one of those actually presents a greater risk? If they were to spend, you know, 150 or 200 grand and try, or more, or whatever it costs to build a driveway through that area for several hundred feet, that does meet county standards, which we would have to approve in that case.
Right.
Which one of those is actually the greater risk in December and January?
The longer driveway is a greater risk.
That's kind of what I thought.
And
Because that's what my experience has been with Jeffco before. And when they said, don't make me drive that far across that stuff and expect I'm going to get there in the winter.
Yep.
And that's why I'm asking this question about, you know, can you reach it from the bottom of the 18% grade versus, or do you think you're going to get there in January when you got several hundred feet of driveway on a steep north side?
I think we can reach it, from the transition. But the other drawback is we require a turnaround under the driveway standards. That's our ability, and this isn't as much a fire risk as far as our access there. The other risk involved is, do we have ambulance access throughout the year? Do we have, you know, there's more that goes into this than just the structure fire. The sprinkler system does help us on the structure fire. It buys you valuable time. They can get out, but it gives us time to, say, carry hose up 200 feet.
That's what I was going to.
Right, and that's where you have a delay versus on an approved driveway that meets standard. We have good access on a south facing slope. We're parked in the turnaround at the top of the driveway, affecting fire attack from there. So this changes that too, that we're going to drag hoses uphill to the structure, assuming that conditions are not, or it's not drivable to the turnaround at the top. And we have that throughout the community on historic driveways. I can only think of a couple deviations that even come close to having that risk now.
Okay, and I just wanted to, and I can be persuaded either way as well on this. I just want to make sure that it's either a fully informed denial or a fully justified, but it considers the trade-offs of what happen versus because quite honest, after hearing what you just said, if I were to deny this driveway today, only to know that they can spend some more money and they're intent on getting it built and put in a driveway that's even more of an obstacle than, and that did require approval, then I'd be interested, you know, I want to make sure it's a fully justified approval or a fully informed denial.
I appreciate that. I think from my standpoint is The driveway as laid out, with 125 feet of 18%. For the majority of the year, with conditions are good, we have reasonable access. Not great access, but reasonable access. And that's probably the biggest reason we requested the sprinkler be part of the eventual approval, is that them having a sprinkler system within the structure does reduce that risk in a positive way and prevents them, I guess to a certain degree, from pursuing the other driveway that is compliant with the standard that actually produces a greater risk because of length and configuration on north facing slope and greater access issues.
Thanks for enduring me.
This is important.
Well, I spent some time asking Kelly about this when we met. He assured me not only is the distance okay, but so is the elevation. He's convinced he can get water there. And, you know, much as I would love to see our county more fire-wise and hardened, I'm not sure that, you know, we can overprescribe one prospective homeowner's work with a driveway deviation. So
Yeah.
I'm leaning towards approving it, because the question before us is the driveway. And it sounds like the fire department can get there and the engineers don't mind the driveway. So I'm leaning towards approving it.
I would approve it with the condition that the sprinkler system is added to the conditions so that the fire department has time to unroll hose.
With an and, so it doesn't supplant the mitigation.
Exactly, you
efforts.
both, you still have a full defensible space and full wetland mitigation.
As I understand our defensible space plan, the installation of a fire system, of a suppression system, sprinkler system, negates the need to do much in the forest. Am I understanding that right?
That's not my understanding. I understand that we'll enforce our defensible space, our typical defensible space requirements regardless of a fire suppression system in the home. There is opportunities to gain points, and the wildfire has a mitigation plan by doing increased defensible space, but that typical defensible space that we apply to any single family residential construction would still apply. That's my understanding of it. Of course, I don't represent the building department who administers that wildfire hazard mitigation plan, but that is my understanding of it.
Yeah, that's what I understood too. Yeah.
Any comments from our?
No, so I'm the engineering technician who does the permitting and like the intake for these, and to my understanding, it always helps to have additional, but you still have the initial that you have to do grading plan development depending upon what the existing conditions are. And largely, you know, you still have to meet those same defensible space permitting requirements for the building department. So, you know, this wouldn't supplant those or you know, change much on that end.
Thank you.
So last hardcore question therefore is there any, along with this, and not trying to make life as hard as it can possibly be for somebody, but for thinking about the particular location and conditions and the 18% grade and all that stuff, is there any call for any additional defensible space with a sprinkler system over and above the normal minimum defensible space?
No, I think your minimum, if you look at the garage that was built at the 308, 310, 312, that intersection, that defensible space is almost the same conditions, and it turned out very well, and it met the standard, and we anticipate this structure having something that looks very similar with the canopy spread and the field reduction adjacent to the structure. So I think with the minimum defensible space as written in your current county code, along with the sprinkler system, I think that's as far as we can go as far as mitigating, reducing that risk at this stage without new regulations is the way to say it.
Did I hear you say that 200 feet will cover the exterior of the house, but it won't get you inside the house?
It'll get us to the backside of the house by Drew Snyder's the engineer for this particular project. Drew retired from Evergreen Fire. So he does those calculations because we've had this conversation on several designs.
You need 250 feet. Whatever.
So if we go interior, we know we're going to use at least 250 feet, because every time you make a right angle or right or left turn, you're going to lose a little bit of distance. So we would anticipate from a pre-plan perspective that we need 250 feet for interior and we need 200 feet to reach the exterior of the structure.
Does that involve like refitting your equipment or can you add?
We would add a section hose. And we would make the note on the address, on the pre-plan that we know we need additional reach in certain situations if we're.
So on the way out the door, and you have that in other places in the county too. And
We do. We've got that in other places where we know we have to add hose. We know we have to lay, say, 4-inch hose up the driveway, for example, in Saddleback for several places. That's how we conduct fire attack in a lot of Saddleback historic addresses. Some of the driveways that were 70s and 80s that are very steep.
Mhm.
We've pre-planned for that and we have different tactics for that. And that's the same thing will apply to this, especially in inclement weather.
So you either throw another hose on the way out the door, or you get the truck out the door and send another vehicle with more hose to get inside.
So our primary small trucks have the ability to lay 4-inch hose up the driveway. And they're smaller and they have better access. So we'll adjust tactics accordingly. But we've also run into situations where it's not feasible due to conditions.
Okay.
We're trying to plan for all possible outcomes at the forefront here.
What's it like dragging a hose up 200 feet of frozen 18% grade?
It's a lot of fun. It's miserable. That's the drawback to it. And so we've got other addresses throughout the community that are historic that have the same problem. So it's not a new situation. It's news and we've got we've got newer regulations now that prevent some of the historic builds that we currently have in the district.
Well, we used to allow building houses without plumbing too, but we don't anymore. I mean, just because
Valid point,
we
right?
have some doesn't mean we have to do everything forever.
I agree.
Just to be fair.
I mean, this just doesn't feel like a good idea to me. I think the mandate that we have is to not impose fire risk on people. And I think that's more important than altering our codes to allow for construction of homes, single family detached homes. I don't think we should approve this deviation. I appreciate that the fire department says we can come up with a plan, and I appreciate that in that plan is delays and responses. I hear additional risk to firefighters, and I just don't think that this is a wise thing to do. I don't think that this single property owners need to have this driveway outweighs the need for the community to not have us continue to, as the properties in Clear Creek get harder to build on and these kinds of requests become more common, just not go down this road. I just don't think this is a road that I want us to be on. That's my opinion.
I'm thinking of a couple homes I know we built in only the very last few years that are up in 18% grade. Since we've been talking about all of this, that are farther away from town. And based on the fire department's recommendation to builders and designers and engineers being a primary influence, and the fire department is telling us that with a sprinkler system and defensible space from the bottom of that grade, they can access the property more reasonably than they can a lot of other places in the county already. And the fact that there is a legal alternative that the owner can take at expense that would pretty much require an approval because it would meet county standards, and that would be less safe than what they're requesting, according to the fire department. But I'd like to, before I think about anything else, well, it's the chair's job to ask Mitch, not mine, what he thinks. So.
I still lean towards approval based upon the rationale I shared earlier.
Well, our options are to table this. Someone can make a motion that matches their desire. I'm not sure I can vote for a motion to approve this. I can appreciate that there are properties that are similarly situated. I don't think that's an argument to add more.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I heard you say that. But I think it seems like the dialogue has happened. You know, the options, of course, for motions would be to table this for further thoughtful consideration if commissioners aren't sure where they are going to land on this motion, or make a motion to approve, make a motion to deny.
Well, I'll move us forward by moving to approve resolution 24-34, a requested deviation from driveway standards, site development case number SDV 2024-0004.
Do I hear a second?
I think I'm going to let this motion die for lack of a second and recommend tabling while we have further discussion about it based on everything that was said here today. I'm more inclined to approve than deny, but I also want to be sensitive to the fact that I've testified an awful lot about the WUI. And I do think it's time that we stopped building things in places where they can't provide. I mean, we are living in a changing environment, and I want either some harder thinking to help convince, like I'm kind of in the middle on this, to help convince either Commissioner Marlin and then thereby myself. So I think that's where I'm going with this right now.
Okay, is that a motion?
And then I recommend that we do bring this back later after having some harder discussion and investigation about exactly what that distance is. And here are well articulated, and I don't believe in the precedent that we've always done it, as I said, and you just acknowledged that you heard me say. The fact that we have a lot of others, the fact that we have places that don't meet today's codes, that don't meet today's energy codes, that don't meet today's safety codes, that don't meet today's, I mean, we require people to do a whole lot of things now, and they wouldn't be able to build a house if they did those things that are not as important as this question right here.
Peter, do you have anything to add?
I just want to make sure the record's clear that Commissioner Houston's motion failed for lack of a second. And Commissioner Wheelock, are you making a motion?
I would make a motion that we table this until a date. And I think that in out of fairness to the owner, to the applicant, that we should make it a date certain. And then I think we need to do a little more due diligence, have a little more discussion to resolve, you know, what I'm hearing about an expression of risk, the location of the building, and any information, anything else that somebody can do when they think harder about how to mitigate the problem with that driveway and that access. Now, I am concerned that we deny this today and that somebody builds a, whatever it is, 700-800 foot driveway that our fire department thinks is a greater risk, when larger counties around us have tackled this in recent times and said, we want the fire department to tell us which of these has the more serious consequence. Because that's the real risk of a denial today, is that we compel an owner to do something that's less safe for the very same reason that we're denying this. It's less safe on the topic of our reason for denial, that we actually create more risk instead of less risk.
That's fair. So maybe that motion could include a request of staff to bring us some additional conditions that might help us feel more confident. What do you think about that?
I think that's fair, because I also feel stupid tabling it until a future date, instead of respecting everything I just said about creating that less safe condition in light of Commissioner Houston's thoughtful motion. So I would like to know how we're going to, I would like to have a measure through which we'll get more information and then make a certain decision.
So it seems like the way forward. Can we come up with a date?
Need to hear from staff, respect to how much time they want to
Yep.
bring you those considerations.
Hey, I think that we'll of course, consult with the fire authority here, and take their guidance. We're, at site development or, otherwhere, and our staff, we're just not experts in wildfire mitigation. And so we're gonna rely heavily on the fire authority to give us some guidance, maybe draft some conditions that we can bring back to you that, would maybe provide for additional mitigation
Space,
of the.
that's why I brought that up earlier.
So I'd like a little clarification. Are you guys concerned with, which is your highest concern? Mitigation around the space or getting sufficient water to the structure?
Well, I think either one, because they compensate for each other in fire suppression and fire response. And that's been the basis of every conversation I've ever had in the multiple houses I've built, almost all of which have been in the WUI and been surrounded by trees. And so that's why I brought up the question, is there an argument, for example, for additional defensible space to allow you more time to respond and get around it in this situation? Commissioner Marlin's concern is the risk of this spreading into the woods and ending up in Idaho Springs or even Evergreen on the right day when we have those 80-mile-an-hour winds coming down and we have dry Decembers. I mean, the Marshall Fire took down around 1,000 homes off of a grassland, at Christmas time. And 2 days later, it snowed and all those people were homeless as a result of that. And it's a miracle that there weren't scores of people killed in that fire. And sitting across the canyon with Kelly in the cab of his truck, watching that thing go, I can't tell you what it felt like to breathe a sigh of relief when I saw the direction of the smoke change and realized that a downslope wind blew that thing back on itself while firefighters were trying to figure out how to safely get in front of it and douse it. And this particular house is on a steep slope right next to that same area. And I recognize it's just a house that may never catch on fire and probably won't. But that's true of every one of these houses that's caught the woods on fire. So if it does happen, it's in a bad location. And so I'm interested in fire suppression and spread of fire from the structure to the woods primarily, which is why I suggest additional defensible spaces. One of the things you might bring to us, but then I want to hear what the fire chief says about that.
Yeah, add to that answer, yes, conditions that would help us feel confident that a fire in this home won't result in a fire
In the woods.
Given what's in writing here, which is that Clear Creek Fire Authority cannot provide timely and effective emergency response to structures or facilities accessed by driveways/roads with more than 12% grade on south facing slopes. Right? This is the reality that we have in writing here. So does that help kind of give a sense of the kinds of conditions that this board might be looking for?
Yeah, I would just like to discuss briefly, this property, is approximately, I believe, exactly 150 feet wide. And it does extend directly upslope from that, to the south. But it's surrounded on either side by Clear Creek County open space. If we do have, a recommendation for increased defensible space that would extend, into Clear Creek open space. Is that something that we should be considering and something that,
Well, that's land we have control over, and the U.S. Forest Service cuts and burns trees on their land to create wildfire mitigation. So I don't know why we wouldn't provide or allow good standards. I don't think it's something that we would necessarily start, spending money to help other people build houses. But I think for me, it would be a consideration that I'd like the fire chief to look at this as far as when this thing runs north and south, that means it runs upslope. So on the and fire tends to climb. It's either going to go uphill or it's going to go downwind. And so, and when it creates its own drafts, when it starts burning, it goes uphill. It carries up it. So to me, there's the opportunity with open space on either side versus private property on either side. There's the opportunity to do some level of work that might make the fire chief feel even more comfortable and make us feel very comfortable.
So do you have what you need there and then we can talk about a date?
yes.
What is a date that feels reasonable? We're looking at the 16th. If it's the next board meeting,
August 6th.
August 6th.
Let me ask this question. If we're talking about considerable encroachment into open space.
Don't know what that
are we
is.
Taking this to the Open Space Commission.
It probably would require looking at open space and see what it is that the fire chief recommends. It gives him a great deal more comfort and see how open space feels and advises us back. And then we make a decision whether they might both say yes and we still said no. We might get a yes and a no and still say yes. I mean, it just depends on what comes back to us. And I think we've micromanaged and I'm not saying in a bad way, but I think we've made suggestions. Building departments, for example, don't tell architects and engineers how to change their design. We need you to come back to us with something that looks good. And we've dropped some hints about what might make us happy. And I think beyond that, we're starting to design the thing ourselves without the qualifications to do so.
I would suggest August 20th then.
August.
There's not enough time for staff work to get to their July meeting. The August meeting is before the August, your August meeting is before the Open Spaces Commission meeting in August. Which means the 20th is probably the best date.
In the meantime, I'd like to. Can we just have a fun time walking around, looking at something? I just want to see what the vegetation looks around on either side of that.
Yeah, I would happily walk with anybody who'd like to go for a walk.
This is a public process with a quasi judicial element. And so I think if we want a site visit, we would probably want to do it together. I'm right.
If you're doing a site visit, we do need to publicly notice that it is considered part of the public hearing.
And you would recommend against one commissioner just looking at it? Because it's quasi judicial?
Let's not discuss that here. If we could discuss that in executive session.
Exactly. Okay. So I think the proper motion would be something like delaying this to August 20th with direction to staff to bring us some additional options for conditions on this deviation.
Mhm.
Someone care to
So
make
moved.
that? Go for it. I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, and thank you to the property owner. These properties in Clear Creek County can be difficult to build on. So thank you for your patience with us and your desire to build here.
And I think the patience was changing attitudes as we move forward on these things and say, but what about the past is that we have changing conditions right now going on in our environment. And so it's causing us to have to change how we look at things.
Okay.
I will map it and do distances off the center of this property for mitigation. So we know how far to extend, so.
Motion passes. Thanks in advance. We're gonna
Thank you.
move to the next item.
Thanks, guys.
I believe our CDOT friends are here now.
Great, thanks a lot, Jeremy.
The CDOT and then the White Hill thing. Is that right?
Yep, we'll go to 4, then back to 7.
Right.
Commissioners, are we ready to
Yep.
sit up here?
Is there anyone else I need to cross over, Miss Amy?
I don't think so.
No, okay.
I have everybody here.
Okay.
And then you just added me as a panelist, so I can hopefully present here quickly.
Who's joining you to present?
So we have lots of folks here for Q&A, but
Okay.
it'll be myself just get us kicked off, and then I'm gonna turn it over to Josh Giovanetti and Michael Chapman here. So if we could maybe get one more chair up here, and then I'll just get up and go sit down and be ready for Q&A.
Are you comfortable with people just making comments from the crowd? No.
I got you.
All right. Arrange the room. We've got about 5 CDOT people here that are gonna want to speak.
I just close out of Zoom.
Josh.
I still see ya.
Hang on. Oh, I got kicked off the internet.
CDOT to discuss water salinity levels. They've got
There's
about
CDOT,
five staff
there's
to make
CDOT
comments.
people.
Okay.
Multiple.
I can see that.
Right here, yep. Right here.
They just need to be so that Zoom can see them.
Hang on, I got kicked off. the
No worries.
internet. I can, oh, no. Now we're back. See if I can share my screen.
I think these are the only folks that are actually presenting and
Okay.
others may do Q&A.
Okay, great.
If they want, I don't know.
You can just sit down.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so now hopefully this.
We'll have everybody introduce themselves.
Okay.
And CDOT staff folks, thank you for coming so deep. I really appreciate everyone is here. If you do speak, I would ask that you speak in a place up here where the camera can see you for our constituents. You are welcome to grab your chair and move it. You can do that now or you can do that later. And thank you for this is a demonstration of how important this is to you. It's certainly important to us as well. We're here to discuss water salinity levels in Clear Creek County. Amy, why don't I hand it over to you?
Thank you. Yes, so this is a presentation to that's somewhat in response to the 1041, to a topic that came up at the 1041 hearing related to the permit issuance for the west section of the CDOT Floyd Hill project. At that time, you commissioners asked some questions about salinity and recalled some of the former presentations that CDOT used to make that shared information with you about snow removal materials. And you also had some questions about how this roadway design was going to address some of those concerns. So this presentation that CDOT has prepared will cover an overview of the water testing program that CDOT has in place with the water monitors that are in Clear Creek, testing the salinity and other materials that might be in the water. They will also, we have a member of the maintenance team, the leader of the maintenance, the director of the maintenance team, yes?
I'm winter ops, actually.
Winter operations, who will talk about the innovations in the snow removal materials and what all of the work that CDOT is doing there. And we also will talk about how the roadway design of the Floyd Hill project with the introduction of viaducts and the different features of that roadway impact drainage and how the drainage features are designed to introduce new designs that will hopefully, that include some mitigation features that are quite interesting and useful. Kurt, did I miss anything about what's going to be in your presentation?
I think you covered it. We're going to show some of the design elements of the project that we're using for water quality. And then, yeah, also have our region maintenance as well here if there are specific questions for operations. So thank you, Amy.
Yes, I think that covers it. And I will hand it over to, can you gentlemen introduce yourselves?
I'm
We'll
Kurt
start with that.
Kianka, the Floyd Hill Project Director, and with me today is Josh.
I'm Josh Giovanetti. I'm the Region 1 Water Quality Specialist and Manager on this project.
And I'm Mike Chapman. I'm the Winter Operations Program Manager statewide.
And then I'd also like to introduce Crystal Amaderas. Would you introduce yourself?
Yes, Crystal Armendariz, I'm the local government liaison of Region 1 and also assigned to this project.
And then Ron?
I'm Ron Ratzel, CDOT Program Manager. Mike Williard, Maintenance Superintendent, Region 1, Section 9.
I'm Abby Madafri, I'm an EPA manager for the I-70 corridor. My loud voice.
So yeah, thank you commissioners for having us back again to talk about this. I'll get us kicked off. I'm going to give a very quick overview of what we've accomplished on the project in the last year and then turn over to Josh to get into the water quality discussion. Here.
Is it not wanting to
Dance.
go ahead and stop sharing for a second?
Okay.
And then when you share again, there are going to be check marks on the side. If not, I can run it for you. Yep, see those check marks that say share sound and optimize? For
Yeah.
some reason that makes a difference. Check them both. Yep, check that one too. Yeah, and then share.
All right.
Please work. Okay. And those go away after a little bit of time.
Okay.
And then you should be able to advance.
There it is. There we
I'm
go.
also happy to run it if you want me to.
Okay. So yeah, we've been under construction for about a year now. Got a lot accomplished, primarily in our east section. We've, accomplished a lot of removal of rock on the project. Almost 100,000 tons of material from the slope on the hillside from Floyd Hill has been removed. We've installed over 3,400 linear feet of drainage pipe. That's over 9 football fields of drainage pipe on the project. We built over 57,000 square feet of retaining walls. And so if you drive through there, that's the sculpted shotcrete retaining walls, even that you see in the picture there, that really kind of blend into the rock and I think look very aesthetically pleasing. We've also recently started construction in our west section. So that's everything from Hidden Valley Central City Parkway to Idaho Springs. That started in March of this year. And we've also been successful in relocating the utilities along the Greenway Trail. So Excel is off of the poles and underground, which is great for us and also good for fire safety. And then part of the impacts of that is the Greenway Trail closure. This summer, we've implemented a shuttle that runs 7 days a week during the day that is being utilized up there. So that's my very quick 1-year progress update on the project. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Josh Giovanetti, our CDOT Water Quality Specialist.
Cool. Do
Hopefully
you
it
want to
goes here.
present or?
Oh, yeah, I can keep doing it. It just takes a second.
Okay. Y'all see this fine? Okay.
Just so you know, I'm looking at your presentation.
Oh,
I can read it.
That's much, that's, yeah.
Okay.
Like, this is gonna be a little small. My name is Josh Giovanetti. I am a water quality specialist and a NEPA environmental manager in Region 1, which is the Denver Metro and goes up to the tunnel. And I have worked on the I-70 Mountain Corridor projects since my time at CDOT. So familiar with the corridor. Obviously, Floyd Hill was a very large project. And my background here is prior to CDOT, I've been at CDOT for 7 years. Prior to that, I was a water quality engineer consultant. I worked in the Great Lakes and all around Denver and the mountain region. I've done, so water quality engineering is my specialty. I've done all kinds of field monitoring. I've done all kinds of water quality, hydraulic, water quality modeling. And then I also have done permitting compliance and a whole lot of Clean Water Act stuff. So this is a very exciting project for me. And those are just examples of things we've used in the past. And some of this stuff, the green box there is actually in the corridor. It's on Clear Creek. Let's see. Oh, one last thing. I represent CDOT on Aqua. So I attend those meetings monthly. What else related to the corridor? I think that's maybe it for the corridor. So this, just to kind of start off, this is just a quick overview of what the United States looks like and Colorado covered in primary and secondary roads. These aren't local roads or anything. And this is just to give you an idea of how much impervious roadway surface there is across the country and how much effort and potential for salinity increase and also maintenance responsibility we have. It's a very large network. And it's everywhere. And it's CDOT, it's local agencies, it's private developers, it's a ubiquitous problem, I guess, or not problem, but it's everywhere. And so,
A question about that.
sure.
Obviously, a lot of this is not present in Clear Creek. Those items are not present in Clear Creek. Of course, we do have municipal wastewater treatment plants. I think
Mhm.
that's what sewage refers to. Do you think that municipal wastewater effluent is contributing to salinity in Clear Creek County, given what you know about state standards?
Well, the thing about municipal wastewater treatment plants is they have their own MPS permitting process, so that's a point source regulatory. Roadways are non-point source. So two different complete areas of regulatory areas. I would say there's definitely contribution there's sources everywhere. So I would say they have a better handle on what actually comes out the end of pipe though.
Well, more specifically, because it's a really interesting question, more specifically than that, would you think that municipal wastewater systems in Clear Creek County, based on your knowledge of where they are, would be clouding or confusing the data about the places we're looking at that could be the result of road chemicals? In other words, is there a place where there would be an interface between those where we would look at, are there places we would look at that could likely be the source of a municipal wastewater plant when we would be considering it as considering the highway as a source?
Oh, yeah, there definitely are. And in addition, one of the largest sources actually is leaching systems. So
This one,
leach systems. So that's actually one of the largest sources that we have identified in the country, but
Non-point source.
I can get to, let me just go through this real quickly and then I'll show you, we have a sampling plan that we've almost fleshed out and ready for you guys to
Okay.
review. And it will address those types of.
that's why I said municipal as opposed to dispersed sewage.
The municipal is so much easier to wrap your hands around, So we are going to go above and below and we're going to do different kinds of assessments on that. But just from a basic overview, I wasn't quite sure how informed the audience was. Over the years, we've moved away from salt sand, across the country and especially in this corridor, as it has its own negative environmental impacts. And we've gone towards more salt-based winter maintenance products. So that kind of shows you what that was going on. This is why, this is a real brief slide.
Megan, do you want to try and present the
Sure.
PDF and then we're just telling you in advance? I don't know why it's being,
No, that's okay. Can you stop sharing for me?
yeah. Thank you. Apologize for.
No, that's okay.
So, and the winter maintenance folks will can help fill you in on how much more effective, from safety perspective it is to use the de-icing products, so much easier and easier to maintain, the right levels of things. So, since we've started really using salt products, traffic incidents and traffic incidents have gone way down, safety's gone way up.
Which slide were you guys on?
One more.
Here?
Go to the next one. You can actually go to the next one after that. There we go. So we also have a couple studies in the area there's a geologic composition. Salinity is all free ions that'll transmit electricity essentially. So you get weathering from different geologic deposits or formations. You get the road salt, you get wastewater treatment, you get atmospheric deposition, and you get a lot of non-point source sewage inputs. So, okay, where are we? We're here now. The oil and gas stuff is interesting for Colorado, but not necessarily a large component in this corridor. Next slide. Okay, next slide. Sorry. Yeah, there we go. This is for reference. I got a lot of questions about different product alternatives. Why are you using magnesium chloride versus sodium chloride versus calcium chloride? All have their benefits and their uses. They have kind of sweet spots to be used in. So you change products based on your use case. This is a link. You can go take a look at some of the advantages of all the different products that are available. This corridor, the weather is pretty significant. So it limits us to more of the magnesium and calcium chloride products. Magnesium chloride is our primary use. It is also the least environmentally impactful of the two. Calcium chloride is pretty aggressive, so we reserve that for really severe instances, and we don't use it on a regular basis. So that's what this slide is for reference. And then, okay, so here's the water quality monitoring program. I took this over from Holly Hike, and I'm not sure if you remember her. We have 4 stations up and down Clear Creek. And this is kind of one of the difficulties we have with this program is it's the only one in CDOT. So this Clear Creek watershed has been highly prioritized for environmental sensitivity. We don't do this. These are the only 4 gauges we manage, and it's difficult to fund. But we have one up at Herman Gulch, just above the US 40 confluence, at the old gauge station there. We have one with the Veterans Memorial Tunnels, put in 2 more just south of the tunnels. And then we've had one we call CC4 or CC40, which is an old gauge station down in front of the mine down there. And 2 Bears. We've been monitoring that since 2001. And we have connectivity. We've developed an empirical equation to translate connectivity to chloride. We verify that every year, and it's held steady. So connectivity and chloride, we kind of use interchangeably. We have temperature, turbidity, and then we do, once a year, we do some kind of discrete storm sampling or non-storm sampling for metals. These were originally installed with some of the mining and the impairments of the 303D impairments in Clear Creek in mind. So we were primarily focused on metals, and it's kind of shifted more towards conductivity in the recent years. So down the second bullet, the last bullet there, we have a discrete sampling plan that we are about to finalize here internally, and then we'll start getting input from you guys. That's going to be project specific, and the whole goal of that is to analyze the impacts of, or attempt to analyze the impacts of the I-70 project, and find kind of sources, whether it be external or roadway based. And we're going to do that through the life of the project and then after construction for as long as we can. And then we are adding a continuous monitoring station below Johnson Gulch, which captures the eastern portion of the Floyd Hill. So that's one area we don't have currently monitoring. So I think that would kind of cover us as far as the project area. We'll have 2 in the project area, 1 just below the project area, 2 above the project area, and then a plan going throughout the project area discrete sampling. Next one. These are kind of the locations, hard to tell, but the top one there is our current monitors, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the bottom one is just kind of like a working plan we have right now for the different locations throughout the project. And these are intended to be above and below certain bridge structures, certain drainage inputs, and let's see, what else did we want to capture? Mainly it was roadway and drainage inputs. What we're finding is that it's very difficult to correlate salinity in Clear Creek with much of anything except for flow. So you really have to get detailed. Concentrations increase. The dilution factor is essentially so overwhelming that it's very difficult to monitor anything else. And here you go. Here's an example of some of the monitoring data we've had. We were just collecting data. We had it in a linear regression. It was a straight line. And it slowly started to go up. There was a shift where de-icers went up a little bit. Around 2015, 2016, when we really started to use more salt-based de-icers versus the sand-based ones.
Right.
Yeah, and so we had all these sediment basins collecting all this sand, which was gumming up to the spawning beds in Clear Creek as well. So we kind of trying to find that balance of safety, priority, and environmental impacts. So we tried brine. Brine didn't work real well up here. So we don't use that anymore. We use, you guys can get into the whole product list. We have many different products actually we can use, but there's solid magnesium chloride mined aggregate. And then there is liquid magnesium chloride. We also have some calcium chloride, but we don't use that in this section of the state. That little deal on the right is kind of showing you our highest correlation of all the data, and that is salinity in Clear Creek related to flow. So high flows, concentration, low flows, low concentration. And what you'll see is, next slide, is April, the March, April timeframe. Oh, here's just another example of something. We've started doing a lot of statistical analysis over the last few years. And we thought maybe traffic inputs would have something to do with either salinity and or loading. And it turns out it's more weather based. So weather and which results in snow melt, but it's the characteristics of the storm and everything too. So it's really truly weather based, not necessarily traffic based. We were hoping we could find some kind of physical.
Meaning that if you've got bad weather, you're taking care of the road, whether there's traffic there or not.
Exactly.
And when there's a lot of traffic there, if there's not bad weather,
can be.
You're not throwing this stuff out there because you don't need it at the moment, right?
So yeah, it's kind of both. But yep. So the road has to stay open regardless of traffic.
But I mean, you don't throw out magnesium chloride on a sunny day just because there's a lot of traffic, unless there's a weather system coming.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's winter data. One of the things we were looking for in particular was almost like a tracking phenomenon. So you do get, when you put the products out, the traffic actually kind of helps keep the road. It raises the road temperature. It spreads out the product. And so traffic driving on it actually helps. There was a theory that potentially it was also spreading it off the roadway and into the creek potentially, and we didn't find any correlation on that. Next slide. Here's April. This is the month. It's the runoff month. It's also when we get a lot of wet storms and large storms. And so this is the month that we prioritize as far as mitigation. The project goals were to kind of chop off the peaks that we see here. And then the integral stuff below the curve, we would all want to address by current maintenance practices and quantity and loading. But what we really don't want is these huge flashy peaks of high concentration that are potentially dangerous to the aquatic system. So those were the goals of the Floyd Hill project. You can see they occur a lot in April. And then on that right graph, you'll see it kind of as the salt flushes out throughout the year, it decreases. And then it kind of starts over. That's the seasonal trend, essentially, the annual trend. Next slide. I'm probably running too long already. These are recognized levels that we use to try to compare what's out there. What can we compare our concentrations against? Colorado does not have an aquatic standard for chloride in particular. So we have references. There was a study in 1988 by the EPA. There's the secondary drinking water standard, which is for aesthetics and taste. So that kind of gives you an idea of when things start to taste salty. And then the Canadian water quality guidelines kind of recently came out and they're a little more stringent. And so we've started to look at those and see how viable they are to our application. Looking at the different recommendations they have in there, we don't see a whole lot of they're not truly exceedances, but they are these recommended value exceedances. But we are starting to see is that occurring, we're getting closer to those numbers. Next slide. And so here are the Canadian water quality guidelines, which are more stringent. And you can kind of see that we are starting to get some, let's see, a little bit more so I can see the table, or maybe I can. Oh, that is the table. That's the table. Okay. Yeah, so we are starting to see some periods of time where the recommended values were going above the recommended values. If they were to put in, if you know, we went through the TMDL process and we were to say that we need a recommended water quality standard, I don't think we would be hitting that consistently. So I don't think we're like in severe danger zone, but as everyone's here, and that's why we're talking about this, it's something we have to keep our eye on it and make sure we don't make matters worse as the county continues to grow. Next. The one product that does correlate best is liquid de-icer. Potentially some of the solid stuff would run off the road, end up in the creek. It has a tendency to stay put a little bit more. So liquid de-icer, which is also our product that we use most often. It could be that as well. Next slide.
That's ice slicer.
Yep.
Yeah.
So these are just kind of the brief takeaways. The trend has changed since 2017. Greatest concentrations were in 2018. Seasonal chloride are greatest during the low flow winter melt months, March and April, and lowest during June and July. And small basin area, so also dilution factors have the most increase. So the larger the watershed, the less reactive and the lower you see. The tunnel is the lowest CC3, which is right below Veterans Memorial Tunnel, is the most stable and kind of the best water quality station of them all, which is interesting. And so we are continuing to monitor and increasing our data plan. And there's some more statistical analysis we need to continue on, see if we can find some.
So you're looking at the
source
Veterans
figures.
Memorial Tunnel and stating that the water quality station just below the Veterans Memorial Tunnel?
Yeah, that one seems to be the best. Concentration wise.
Yeah, so there's not a highway running past that portion, right?
It's just right next to it.
Well,
Hot fishing spot.
It's a very good fishing spot. It also has
land bridges.
it has a number of things right upstream of it as well.
Wastewater treatment plant.
Yeah, it also I think Lake Georgetown, I don't know what the impacts of that are gonna be when kind of flow regime changes in there, but that has a tendency to stabilize things. Oh, next slide, sorry. We did, so throughout the NEPA process for Floyd Hill, our goal is no impact or no increased impact. That's the NEPA goal. We're actually hoping for a reduction around here. We did a Selden model, which is FHWA's approved water quality model. Even though this is outside of our MS4 permitted area, which is CDOT's most stringent water quality guidelines, we assumed this project and are following the guidelines of our MS4 permit. So we're assuming that this is a project right in the middle of Denver with all the pollutants that are coming in. There are other roadway pollutants of concern we have listed in our MS4 permit, not just winter maintenance products. And so we are also designing mitigation approaches to deal with some of the metals and sediment that comes off the roadways. Clear Creek is impaired for cadmium, lead, temperature, zinc, and we have a history of sediment. So those are the ones you'll see where we have ponds, settling detention basins designed for those items. All right, next one.
Quick question on that. Do we think cadmium, lead, zinc, is that associated with road runoff? Obviously, like we know.
It is.
Mining.
So the state of Colorado is assigned, or the health department has assigned 15 priority pollutants for roadways. And cadmium, lead, and zinc. Chloride, copper, lead, sediment, all of those. Actually, water quality assessments, cadmium, chloride, copper, lead, sediment are all associated with roadway. And a lot of it comes from brake pads and car products like that that are distributed to the roadway, and then they run off from there. This is the project specifically. We are treating 9 acres of roadway, so we're capturing 9 acres of roadway. We're running it through extended detention basins. We have a lot of what we call permanent water quality control measures. They're green infrastructure type devices throughout the corridor. There's some vaults. You'll see little boxes kind of that were installed during the peak period shoulder lane construction. Those are all designed to capture, detain water for 40 hours, let things settle out, and then we clean it out. We've had some difficulty with some of the designs and maintenance. So these are specifically designed for maintenance to be able to easily, routinely come in and clean them out. It's just kind of a standard problem that everyone has, is you build nice ponds and then cost a lot of money to maintain. So next. And then we also have so chloride it dissociates and dissolves pretty completely in stormwater runoff. It's very difficult to remove once it's in there without, like wastewater treatment plant type operations, ion exchange, nothing that you can really do on the side of a roadway. There are a lot of studies that we researched and implemented on this project. Some of them involve shade analysis, and then chloride does bind to certain sediments. And so what we are doing is we're detaining, call it attenuation. It slows the flow of water off the roadway instead of putting it in like a concrete pipe and just shooting it straight into the river. So as soon as you get a storm, you put a lot of salt on there, it will go right and you get a big spike. So like if you think back, our goal was to minimize the spikes. So we're slowing the progression of drainage runoff to the river. We're running them through detention basins. We also have these filter kind of designs. We're at the discharges of bridges and high expected treatment areas. We want to run these things through these geomembrane, real shallow infiltration areas.
Rocks.
They're rocks, they're gravel, they're different grades of
Geomembrane, I like that.
well, there's geomembrane underneath. It's fabric with rocks on top.
Cool.
Different grades of rocks. And the idea is to slow the water down there, see if you can accumulate the chloride. The country as a whole has not really wrapped their hands around how to handle road salt discharge.
How to handle?
How to handle road salt runoff.
Yeah.
We're just getting to a point kind of nationally where people are realizing, we've just been loading salt on the roadway for a long time. And Colorado's kind of in the forefront of, and then specifically this area of figuring out how to
For good cause.
Yeah. Well, the only places are, there's some places in Minnesota. I worked on the TMDL process, and every stream was impaired for chloride in the city of Chicago. There's just a lot of, it's really difficult situation to deal with. So I think we have some pretty innovative designs here with some of this stuff.
So wherever it's cold and snowing, and then it gets even worse when it's steep and the traction really matters, right? Okay, it makes
And you
sense.
want to you have a lot of road use. And that's it. I'll turn it over to Mike. He's so that's the water quality portion. And then Mike's our winter ops manager and meteorologist. And go ahead and introduce yourself here. Take off.
Thanks for having me. I'm not a water guy. So those questions.
Meteorologist, but not a water guy.
Well, atmospheric water.
Atmospheric
Different than
water.
a stream of fish. And I'm not a winter maintenance expert. We've got Ron and Mike back there that can help us with some of those questions. I am a weather guy, specifically road weather. I worked at NCAR in Boulder for 15 years. Led pretty cutting edge surface transportation specific applied meteorology projects. A lot of them involving connected vehicles. But one of them was really specific to winter road maintenance and getting better information into the hands of the operators pre-storm, during storm, and then dealing with things post-storm. That was a project that originated in the early 2000s that was very cutting edge, trying to figure out how we could best and more efficiently recommend treatments for operators in the field to get the minimum amount of material out to kind of maximize safety though, due to changing weather conditions, and road conditions. I'm also a teacher, teach meteorology and climate change down at Metro and also Colorado Mountain. I teach their avalanche cohort. A lot of what my team does is beyond the winter road use case. Weather forecasting is a big piece. I think that at a high level, it's important that Colorado kind of lead the charge for being better at using new technologies in order to support use cases like what we're talking about today, which is minimize the amount of chemical we're going to put down in a place like Floyd Hill or I-70 in general.
Maximize the bang for the buck then.
Exactly. Yeah, you want to, as taxpayers, we want to, save dollars by not unnecessarily putting things out, but we also, from a climate perspective, want to be very efficient where that's concerned as well. So it all kind of ties in. The materials and understanding what types of materials are more toxic or not. That's a piece of the problem too, that CDOT's interested in. Also advanced technologies and applications within the road network is one of the reasons I got hired. So I'm fairly new, actually. I took over winter operations last August. So it was kind of baptism by fire this winter. Luckily, it wasn't just a super hard winter, but we had so many weekend storms. Anybody notice that? I noticed it. Also noticed the Thanksgiving Day, Christmas Day. Anyway, because I like to be hands-on when the storm's coming in. But advanced technologies, I'll talk about a little bit more, which are using vehicles and things like that that are hitting our roadways and getting better information that feeds into models, feeds into decision-making. My team also handles avalanche mitigation, specifically for Section 9, Loveland Pass, Berthoud Pass, Loop Road, A-Basin area, but also statewide, giving recommendations for types of avalanche mitigation that occurs. That's all roadway specific. And then winter road maintenance, of course, is kind of why we're here. Next slide. So at a high level, we provide forecasts that then trickle down from the executive level all the way down to the operator level that are pretty specific to the roads. It is statewide, so it's kind of a big job. We also have an external stakeholder list that I would encourage if you're interested in the weather specific to the state, and then it kind of definitely drills down to I-70. We'll throw you on that list and you'll get our forecasts. These are road-centric forecasts too. one of my passions in meteorology is to throw forecasts out that actually are applicable to the end user as opposed to real broad brush forecasts of, 4 to 6 inches of snow at the tunnel. How about, 4 to 6 inches of snow, but the pavement temperature is going to be high enough that there's a certain material that we won't put down, or wind's going to be blowing at a certain rate that out on the plains, we're not going to put material down because it's going to blow off the road. So really drilling down a forecast into helping make better decisions. And I think it is applicable for what we're talking about here. Traffic's a big piece of it too. If we could improve congestion, I think we would improve pollution and environmental concerns. And then the maintenance piece of it, of course. But it's all impact focused, not generic. Other things we do too, just very quickly, we're not just winter related, it's non-winter forecasting for severe weather, monsoon types of weather, runoff, flood, fire, high wind, those types of things we cover. Next. So we have systems in place that have been in place for a long time. MDSS is Maintenance Decision Support System. It was built at the National Center for Atmospheric Research with Federal Highway Administration funding, with a lot of experts, including a lot of state DOTs, including Colorado. This was back in the early 2000s. So we've been a part of MDSS for, going on over 20 years now. This gets down to really specific sections of road. So, you think about Floyd Hill, there's a good section of road that we want to have a lot better, more specific information as far as the type of weather we're going to experience and the type of treatments that make sense for those areas. And of course, we outfit those areas with RWIS stations and stuff like that I'll talk about. But it all kind of ties in to getting better information to the folks on the ground, but then also getting better information to drivers on the road. Next. We've had this application, it's a GIS application too, called Operational Readiness. There's a lot of material tracking. Of course, we want to do that from an economic standpoint, understand if we're wasteful in certain areas, train people up if they need to be. Also track assets and things like that, specific to the wintertime here, where we surge, section 5 from Denver up to I-70 for specific storms, just so we can kind of cover it and keep the road open by just adding resources to it. We'll do the same for US 40 Berthoud Pass too, where we surge resources even over to the west side in section 6. So yet another kind of interesting application that allows us to be more efficient, specific to material usage and tracking it. The observations, I'd like to give this talk too, just because I think it, some light bulbs go off that we've spent a significant amount of our money, both federal and state, for a pretty widespread observation network. This is 150 RWIS stations. We have more than that. I think it's more in the 165 range. But it's focused mainly over I-70 and I-25, heavily traveled corridors, tons of cameras and things like that. But observations they help us make better decisions, understanding what's happening in situ when storms are hitting, but also for models to be able to then predict out what's going to happen. So it covers, these observations cover weather, road weather, and then, like I said, camera imagery that we're going to start taking advantage of image analytics and things like that too on our camera networks to tell us when we think we're starting to lose the road. Next. Kind of the higher tech stuff that I'm interested in. One of the reasons that they kind of brought me in was I've got extensive work that I've done with connected vehicles. I did a project back in Detroit, 2010 through 12. I was just out there last week, actually, where we had connected vehicles that were telling us when we were losing the road. very bleeding edge type of work, which today actually is, we're starting to see as a product. We've got sensors that give us friction information. We have them going on supervisor vehicles on I-70. I'm not sure if we have any plows that are hooked up with friction. We do in Region 4, which is up in the Greeley, Fort Collins area. Those are actually non-invasive, but they're physical sensors detecting changes in friction. Gives us better information about what we put down. Not, you know, if you're driving over an area as a maintenance person and your friction values have stayed up since you've treated it, then why do you need to over-treat it, I guess? That's one use case. Another one is code 18s, which are chain laws. Being able to try and better automate when we do that in order to avoid spin outs, congestion, things like that, that then all trickles down to the way that we're maintaining the roads and, you know, pollution around the interstate. The project I did in 2010, someone asked me back then, hey, where do you think we're going to be in 10 or 15 years? I said, someone's going to solve a really hard problem, which is get on a passenger vehicle OEM and detect changing friction values on the roads. So there's a company out of Sweden that is on Audi, Volkswagens, and Porsches, and we're getting that data. That is detecting changes in friction in nanoseconds on the edge, on the car itself, and then kicking it to the cloud. So we have any Audi, Volkswagen, and Porsche after 2001 driving I-70 is giving us information about the friction of the road. Just a piece of the puzzle.
Uh-oh.
So, anybody have an Audi that's later? So
What all does it tell you? That's what I want to know.
Well, you see them all the time too. So Colorado's a really good test bed for it because, I mean, I've got an Audi. It's a 2019 though, so it's not giving too much away, but,
It says he's in Dumont. Oh man, now he's in Georgetown.
the good thing about it is they anonymize it.
Yeah.
So they won't give us friction values unless they have more than 5 vehicles over a road section. And then they just give us the road section. Hey, we think we've lost it, basically. That's the information we get out of it. So there is some protection as far as personal information is concerned there. We can't figure out if someone stopped and, I don't know, stopped somewhere, stopped in Idaho Springs to sit at McDonald's for an hour and then, you know, clock an hour when they're not supposed to, that kind of thing. So that's really high tech stuff that I thought would happen, and it kind of has. They've solved a problem that that piece, along with a lot of other technologies, is allowing us to give better information than to the folks that are maintaining the roads and the folks that are trying to keep traffic controlled. That's kind of the name of the game, I guess, for us. Just like any other technology, weather stations are getting kind of miniaturized. So we call them mini ROS. These are more mass deployable, lower cost sensors. Central City Parkway has like 9 of these. We don't have any on I-70 right now, but we will. We've got 4 that are deployed in Region 4, you know, Greeley, Fort Collins right now. That's going to give us even a wider footprint of what's happening to the road. And also be able to give us better eyes on areas that don't have communications like fiber or cell. And kind of keep our operators safe in extreme rural areas, which we have a few of those here. Next slide. So one thing we're also doing is it all kind of ties it together. We have our plows hooked up to AVL, automated vehicle location. We're in the process of getting the spreader controllers hooked into that. So we get automatic information about what's being put down on the road. We can track it better in an automated fashion. We can track individual plow drivers. So if it looks like it's getting overspread or under, you know, you can train them and help them out, or even get on the radio and help them out in real time. And then in the back end, we can take that information and build a model that's specific to Colorado. That will give us better recommendations when weather's about to hit us. what types of treatment, pre-treatment, in-storm treatment are we expected to potentially want to deal with? And then what rates are we going to be looking at? And hopefully that model just makes things a lot more accurate as we go. And we minimize what we put out without sacrificing safety. That's kind of key. And that's kind of covered in the future modeling. Like I said, it's kind of near and dear to my heart for that specific thing to happen within CDOT. As far as de-icer testing through my group, and also we have a statewide maintenance engineer that deals with a lot of this. We have specs for de-icing products that are nationally recognized. We're in a bunch of, I'll talk about here in a second, DOT consortiums and stuff where we share a lot of information. We have qualified product lists and things like that. And do tackle a lot of research and stuff like that. These consortiums are a lot of the snowbelt states. A lot of them have different problems. I mean, you've got some southern states in there that deal with snow in a way different way than you do. Like Delaware had, I think they had like 4 inches of snow this year. We had a few more than that. So they just deal with it in a different way. But the product piece of it isn't that much different. And there also are municipalities and stuff like that in these that are kind of helping us out. Yeah, we do independent testing also within CDOT. We have a couple of folks that deal with that whenever we get new products. And then as products come in, we'll test them and make sure they're within some specifications that have been thrown out there as best practices. That's Pacific Snow Fighters Association. We're part of that. And basically we use their standards for kind of best practices within the state. Next. Here's the groups. So I'm part of Clear Roads. That's probably the biggest one within the country. It's 39 states. I just jumped on a project. This was just a couple weeks ago, and I just didn't have time to throw it in here because I've been traveling. That's looking at having toxicity standards for aquatic life. That's going to be a qualifier to be on our product list within Clear Roads. So that's just going to do a lot of lit review and figure out what's the best standards that we can use for toxicity. That then we can kick over to the vendors and make sure they, cover those different aspects for us. Aurora Board's another one that I'm on. That's more of a observational ROS type of board, but we did just get a project where we're going to model friction along I-70 with NCAR. That's taken all the devices and things that I've done. So then we get a forecast that comes back as, here's the amount of snow we expect, but here's the friction. We expect to lose friction. So we're going to expect chain law at this certain time. We're going to expect this type of material that we're going to need at this certain time and expect a certain amount of staff to be available, on snow shift. I'm also on a transportation research board, road weather committee. That's more on the autonomous connected vehicle side. That kind of loosely is related here. And then we've got AASHTO, American Association of State Highway Traffic Officials. All of these agencies pull their funds for both kind of basic and applied research specific to winter road maintenance. And then CDOT research. We have a significant amount of money, within CDOT where we tackle different research problems, both kind of chemically based and observationally based, as far as I'm concerned with weather. Here's just a couple of kind of past projects, and then I'll kind of wrap up. There's one current Clear Roads determining the migration of chloride-based de-icers through different soil types. So it's applicable. 2023 efficacy cost impacts of non-chloride de-icers. So trying to figure out if we can stay safe by using non-chloride de-icers. So obviously this is something that's near and dear to a lot of states' hearts. These are getting funded with our state funds, but also pulled with 39 other states. Alternative methods for de-icing back in 2020. And a big piece of what I want to see out of these two is things to go from research to operations. That's my big push. In fact, I've told these consortiums that I'm not going to vote for something that doesn't have an implementation plan. So if we do figure out, things about chloride-based or non-chloride-based de-icers that look like they're going to work, let's figure out a way to get them on the road and get them tested and figured out. Next. And then the Aurora, like I said, it's a little bit different than the clear roads, but it is applicable just because I think it is a mobility and better weather information types of research that trickles down into the decisions that we make specific to how we're treating the roads. That's it for me. Hopefully I didn't take too much time. Sometimes I'm long-winded.
No,
Thank
thank you. This is it's an important to the people of Clear Creek. I hear about it a lot and a lot of observations of dying trees on the roadway, et cetera. So I think it's worth the time. What kinds of comments, questions do you two have?
Well, I wrote down a few, not a whole lot, just because I thought I'd surprise you.
We do have another
I,
leg of the presentation too.
What's
We
that?
have one more section too. from
Oh,
her.
okay, okay.
So,
Well, we can wait. We can hold questions until we're done with that presentation.
I just wanted to make clear, but go ahead.
Okay, because I can make this list longer, especially if Kurt's going to talk.
You don't have anything else?
That's,
Oh, okay. Scratch that.
there's not another presentation?
Unless you want me to give one, I will be happy.
No.
If you want to pick a topic and
I'd love.
I thought we were gonna get a little bit more on the
What's your
drainage
favorite?
stuff, but no, it's all good.
I can dive in a little bit deeper on some of that too as
I just
well.
made up 3 parts and I wasn't asking for 3 parts. So everything's good. Yeah. Very good.
Then let's proceed.
Okay, and I was just going to say, what would you like to talk about?
Oh, man. Let's see. Fishing?
Yeah, that would be would be topical for sure with this subject. First of all, I want to say that this is a lot of good information. And George just brought up something when he mentioned trees that I'll touch on in a second. Because I know we're talking about water quality, but water quality affects drinking water, it affects wildlife and both flora and fauna. And especially when it goes into the air, and those are all touched on in my questions a little bit. It's a lot of good information. I'll throw the 800-pound gorilla out there that we've had this conversation over a few years. And normally what we've heard is either we don't know or we don't have any evidence of impact. And can you go back to, slide shows down. Can you go back to slide number 7?
Yes.
Put it back up real quick.
Sorry, I just wanted people to be able to see it. That's why I took it down. Let me find it again. Sorry.
So as we're on the way there, I'll just ask a question. When you talk about, I noticed you mentioned the Veterans Memorial Tunnel being the highest quality, the lowest sodium levels in the testing location by the tunnels, the Veterans Memorial Tunnels. That was on one of your slides, not slide 7. And so I wondered what the methodology was, because we have a swift moving stream. So if you tested a few locations, you might be picking up something from quite a ways upstream. So do I presume that you're in a static water location when you're doing testing of water?
Yeah, so that information was from one of the 4 continuous sampling monitors. So they grab 15-minute samples. We've got them installed. They're permanent. Just below the tunnel, you'll see we've got a data logger, cell connection.
So they should be primarily, you're using a methodology that would try to detect point source emissions.
Yeah, well, I guess they are sampling a point in the river.
Right.
Or the creek. And they're doing that continuously. So you get a continuous stream.
Yeah, and what I was thinking of was, I don't know, obviously inside the tunnel, I don't know if you turn off inside the tunnel, there's less cause for having to drop ice melt, obviously. I mean, it gets tracked in there, but and the other thing is that at the Veterans Memorial Tunnel, we have a land bridge that crosses over. So if you were centered on that land bridge crossing over, you've got drainage here and here. And if you're checking point source locations and you put something in a place where the highway's underground, then obviously you're not having drainage at that point. And I was just curious about that.
Yeah.
thought, you know, it's like, it didn't surprise me to hear that if you were centered on the Veterans Memorial Tunnel and it was a point source location, you wouldn't be detecting stuff coming off into it. So.
Well, it's just below the Memorial Tunnel.
Oh, okay,
We received
okay, that's.
Input. The thing that we also have found with chloride specifically is it does disassociate, so it dissolves pretty completely. So I know it's a lot harder to, you know, really pinpoint certain areas because when you start to range out to a watershed perspective, you start to see a lot better trends essentially.
Okay. A question I had was you mentioned that you had used brine. I remember that when I last discussed this over at the I-70 Coalition, we were told that brine was being used because it was very effective and in a time of declining revenues and declining ability to get people on the road and everything else, you know, staffing and all of that, that brine was effective because it was also more cost effective. And then I hear that it's discontinued. What was the disadvantage of brine that was identified?
Sure, I don't know if you want to take this, Mike, but
Absolutely.
go for it. This is Mike Williard. He's our Section 9.
Right.
Yeah, and this whole area is Section 9.
Thank
you, Mike.
So the brine,
Are
section.
we picking Mike up on the mics here right now?
I think so.
Okay. Sorry.
The Denver section, they bought a brine machine for us to use because we did want that cost effectiveness and we wanted to pre-treat for that. We found that pre-treating with Apex wasn't as safe as being able to use brine. The machine that they're using down there, they just didn't keep it up and it's not producing the brine enough for us to go down there and get any brine. So right now, we're waiting to see if the state wants to, if we want to do anything and put another brine facility here in Section 9. But also, what we experienced is we have snow so much that in the intervals in between, there's enough residual material left on the roads that it doesn't make it necessary to brine sometimes. So that's one thing. And we have actually brined with Apex in some spots, but some spots we won't brine, like for example, St. Mary's Alice. In that area where it's shaded and it's a little bit, you know, different periods of time of the day, the sun doesn't make it to the road. That road we treat very differently than we would somewhere else, like, you know, up here. And the further north or the higher we go, the less we use brine because of the highway or not brine, but Apex. Pre-treat the roads because of the slickness and everything like that. But pretty much we would still use brine if it was available for us to get. We would keep a silo of brine at each one of our facilities, and between storms, we would go get it. So if that machine comes operational again for us, we'll see if we can get in there and get some of that brine. But that's the circumstance for us in this.
Okay. Okay, thanks. And that leads to a couple more, one of which is, so it was more of a logistical situation than it was the impacts of brine are greater, it doesn't work for us, except that I heard you say that the brine isn't as resilient, doesn't stay on the road as long. Is that correct?
The brine, it's, you know, once it dries, if we don't. Yeah, that's kind of could go either way. If we're on top of our game and we put the brine out properly right before a storm, then we're good. But if we do it, if we schedule it, and it could be a half a day before the storm starts, takes 8 hours, 10 hours. If it's raining and it's drizzle and all that stuff, then we lose the brine and we lose the effectiveness of the brine.
And in losing the brine, that's telling me therefore the brine is going away. It's leaving the road more quickly than some of the other media that you use. Right. And I'm assuming that since I know that salt doesn't evaporate, it remains behind, that it must go somewhere. And so in using brine, I'm also thinking about the potential environmental consequences of that, which takes me back to slide number 7. It says that 30% of the 30% of the material is dispersed to the environment by road salt. And I'm wondering how many of those bullet points below it equal that 30%, if any? Or is road salt the primary non-natural, meaning non-background source of sodium in the environment? Is road salt number one out of those, or are there any of those that exceed?
This is a national study from FHWA.
Okay,
And that was looking at holistically from the nation as a whole, that about 30% chloride does originate from road salt.
okay.
Every location is different, and that's why sampling plan and the site-specific information here is a little more useful. It's more of a background than.
Well, places where you use more of it, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, this information comes from mostly the snow belt, and it's based out of FHWA Washington Center and
Okay.
the USGS folks up in the Northeast. I will add a little more context to that. So brine, I believe, is sodium chloride, right? Yeah, so sodium chloride, table salt type stuff is the older salt method.
Right.
It has a certain range of operating temperatures that it prefers. So we use it up here. We can use it as a sort of anti-icing, which is a pre-treatment kind of deal. And then the sodium chloride is not as effective at colder temperatures. So that's where you kind of start to go into the magnesium chloride, which is
Mag chloride, right.
and then the hardest hitting it kind of is the calcium chloride, which is the most effective at the coldest temperatures.
And is Apex magnesium chloride?
Apex is magnesium, right? That's a product we purchase.
Yeah, and that's what our main, we use Apex.
And yeah, so it's our liquid deicer Apex that we use as our main asset, but we do produce brine in-house for the Denver metro region.
Right. Right. And I was going to this place where I recognize I'm moving towards, I try to restructure all these notes in a logical sequence
Sure.
here a little bit ago, which brings me to two more things, which is I'm heading towards magnesium chloride.
Gotcha.
And I'm heading towards what George opened up with, which was trees in addition to water quality in general. And you mentioned, and I'm curious about how things go away. And I know that we've talked in the past about atomization of whatever material you're putting on the road. In other words, you note that the vehicles, the tires on the road help distribute the material around the road and help its effectiveness, which means it's churning it. And then we've had some complaints from Excel and others in the past where we've talked about within a certain proximity of the road, we've seen three phenomenon. One is water quality and drainage points. Another one is corrosion of electrical components within a certain distance of the road that dissipates over time in proximity to the road. And I know Excel was making claims that were really shocking to us, which were they were noticing in their transformers, they were seeing higher levels of corrosion the closer they got to Interstate 70 and in their transformers. And the farther away they got from Interstate 70, the less there was. And so it led them to, and we were talking about, well, where's the salt going and where's the sodium chloride, where's magnesium chloride going? And I was wondering whether the solids or liquids, and ultimately the solid becomes liquid in a meteorological condition when it gets wet out, because that's, I mean, obviously if the salt stays dry on the road, there's no snow, there's no ice, it's not doing anything. So it's either dust or it's going up in an atomized liquid from cars traveling over at a high speed, which then disperses with the wind. So I'm curious about that in terms of those two impacts. And then the third impact is we definitely see, we see trees turn red from beetle kill. There isn't any doubt that we see trees turn red along the roadways from something, which can be the effects coming from the cars themselves, or the effects coming from what we put on the road and what's going on. I mean, that's the most logical thing that pops into my mind as a non-scientist. And I've also noticed that we use some, so I know I'm throwing a lot of things out on the table to talk about, but I think it's good to integrate these thoughts. Even from county operations, along some of our roads, we use mag chloride sometimes, I believe, as a dust suppressant or a version of that, a variation of it. And we're seeing along some of our county roads where we put dust suppressant out, we're watching pine trees die along the edges of the road and turn red. And that, I mean, I can't help but put two and two together and think if it's happening along the interstate where we use it, obviously not as a dust suppressant, and we use the same material along county roads on dirt roads as we're not using as a dust suppressant on the highway, we use it for that purpose along the roads, that I can't help but believe that we're having forest impacts as a result, at least visually and at least along the roads. In the past, we've heard that there's not really, we haven't proven a connection between the two, But, you know, it seems like when we put the material down and the trees die along the edge of the road, at some point, we've got to wonder if there couldn't be a correlation between those two. You know, if I put smoke in the air and then you end up coughing, then I'm guessing there could be a correlation between those two.
So that was what actually the driver for trying to look at the traffic loading in relation to water quality of the creek. Is to try to, because obviously we're putting it down. Salt is a conservative constituent, so it just moves through the environment. It doesn't have a lot of toxic components until you get to really high levels. So we are watching and trying to decide how far, you know, there's obviously some kind of concentration gradient from the center of the roadway to the shoulders. You can see it. Our structural folks are also studying the impacts of salt laden structural fill for the integrity of like bridges and stuff. So they're looking at how the soil composition has changed, or the chemistry of soil based on salinity. So it basically salt's migrating through the soil. So there's no doubt that we're applying chloride, and the closer you are right to it, the higher the concentrations are going to be.
Right.
And the bottom line is at this point, there isn't a better product. And that's why I like the future research and stuff. Right now, it's to use chloride as minimal as possible without sacrificing safety, and to eventually find, you know, some different solutions.
Mm-hmm.
We transferred from sand, and that has its own issues with clogging up streams, and then also now that air quality, it's all ground up into dust. I don't even think we could use it more from an air quality perspective. And so now we've had to switch more towards the chloride-based salts, and you know, the organics. We've looked at all kinds of different options, and they're not effective enough, especially in a corridor like this, which has such severe temperatures.
So whether it's sediment in the river, or whether it's dust in the air as a result also, or whether it's mag chloride or sodium chloride getting into the environment, even though I'm imagining that those are non-enforceable by EPA standards, non-enforceable contaminants, because they don't hurt you until they get to a certain level that you never expect to see unless you're where that level exists.
You're drinking off the road.
This is like alongside the highway. All of those have trade-offs, and you have a really, really hard time not affecting the environment and people's health to some level once you reach those levels. So it sounds to me like it's also another argument for rail at the end of the day. That's what I'm hearing, and another form of transportation that is less reliant on that contamination. Sorry, that was just
You're absolutely right.
Sentence.
It is a balance of trade-offs. I mean, that is the struggle.
Thank you. That was, I said quite enough. Thank you.
Mike and Josh, I want to just observe that every time I had a question, you answered it either in the same slide or a subsequent slide. And I really appreciated that. I thought it was very thorough and helpful. Josh's slide 13, I think it showed either electrical conductivity over time or chlorides over time. And it would have helped me, you covered it on slide 14, but it would have been nice if I could have understood, where the danger zones for aquatic life were on that slide that's on the right side there.
Yeah, so
maybe they're not known.
I tried to actually put some of the actually, thank you for pointing that out, because they are on this graph.
Do you want me to zoom in? Which one?
The left side, you'll see the recommendations.
That yellow?
Oh my gosh, I've gotten blind as a guy. Let me see. There's 700, so they're all in microseconds. So you see the two lines there there's a green line, a red line, and then there's at the top, there's the acute line. So there's a line which is from the Safe Drinking Water Act. And that's when you can start to taste salt in your water. Right near that line is the chronic line, which means if you're exposed to this value, for a certain period of time, and I can't remember how many times during a 30-day period, But I have all that information in here if you want.
I don't need it.
It's a long-term exposure. So if you're exposed to it over many, many days in a row at that high level, then you would potentially have some health impacts. And then the top one is the acute line, which is if you see that over 24 or 36 hour continuous period of time, that is potentially toxic as well, based on these studies. So these are kind of the guidelines that I said we've been trying to calibrate. Okay, you see these lines, where do you fall in aquatic toxicity and in human health? And so unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, but the chlorides aren't really deemed very impactful to aquatic and human health. So there aren't any like true hard regulations about what to do about it. But these are our guidelines we have. And so we compare our data against them and try to take a look and see where we stand. Just more of a, hey, are we having a problem here? Is there something more we need to do? You know, kind of a gauge.
Thank you.
We haven't really hit the acute one is the one that we're really been trying to focus on, is making sure we don't do that. And we've been staying pretty far away from that one.
I just, looking back at slide 7, I just noted as I look at those other 9 bullet points that a couple of them exist in this area.
Oh, that
Don't even exist here.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have thrown that.
Oh, no, it's okay. It doesn't bother me. It's just, it's informative for me to see that and see what is the next most prevalent ones. And it kind of keeps leading me back to that road, but.
Yeah, you know, it's road, oil and gas, mining, and the one of the things I don't think we have a handle on in this area right now, or maybe you guys do as a county a little bit better, is just the non-point source sewage distribution. So I don't know.
What's background level you mean, or?
Yeah. Yeah, and what's coming out of all the leach fields and stuff. How well, you know, I lived on those. I know how difficult they are to maintain.
Okay. I'll just reiterate, thank you. Excellent presentation, a lot to wrap our heads around. Some things that I think are important to observe is that in 2019, when we were getting complaints, we saw a lot of material being used. In 2022, we saw the least material used on the record. I also see the introduction of a material called ice kicker. Can you talk a little bit about the ice kicker? Is that helping you use less of the other ones? How is that impacting your costs? I'm looking at slide 12, not that we need to put it up.
I can speak on ice picker. And that's the blue salt, just so we're all on the same page. Ice kicker, we use that now. We've run that into our area. We're able, you know, just to give you an idea, it's up in Loveland Pass. We're able to keep that pass open without closing it because we're using that material going up and down. It eats the ice up just a little bit better at those altitudes and that moisture and humidity and stuff that's up there. We also use it on Berthoud Pass in a couple areas. We might use it in St. Mary's Alice area right there where it's shaded. Pretty much over the last 2 years, every one of our patrols are starting to add that to their mix. The one thing that we found out about using that is we get customer complaints that in the areas in which we are using that, they can't see the brown, and the brown indicates that it's been treated. The blue dissolves in such a way that you can't tell it's been treated. So it's kind of, you know, that is, I guess, on the political end of things, but we have started to bring that in more and more and more into our areas, and we're starting to use it in combination with the ice slicer.
Thank you. Another observation I'll make is you said it yourself, the ice slicer is the thing that really has a pretty high correlation between use and CL concentration in waterways. I think maybe my takeaway is that maybe this board would be interested in encouraging CDOT to use as little ice slicer as possible.
One of the things it kind of goes to what the whole presentation was. I think it was alluded to. Sometimes we treat just one lane you know, we do this, we do that. We have a system and Mike brought it up, the MDSS system. We actually get real-time information in the cabs of each one of those trucks. And those guys get a recommendation from MDSS on what the material output should be. Just without that system, we know that we're gonna put anywhere from 0 to 400 pounds per lane mile of the ice slicer. We don't do that. Our maximum, we range from 120 to 220 pounds per lane mile for the ice slicer using these systems. So it's not always a guess. And then to go back, we do sometimes treat like the number 1 lane, that lane right next to the inside shoulder. We'll treat that because it will track all the material over into the number 2 lane. So we do tricks like that because it's also, it comes down to cost for CDOT as well. This last year, I think we got a lot of contingency money to make us whole again because of the extent of the winter. But no, that's all part of it.
And that product is what, second only to labor, essentially, as from cost perspective. So there's a strong motivator there.
Yeah.
Maybe you can just kind of list off, you guys are welcome to go take a look. These are all products that are either mined out of Utah. I think the pink stuff is mined out of Utah. They have different little components they'll add to their product and say our product is better than, X product. And some of them are salt. I mean, some of them are aggregate and some of them are liquid. And if you look at our kind of suite, you can go to each of their web pages and see what they are, get a little more information.
Okay, thank you. I want to observe 2014, really high concentrations, and then you got it back under control and it kind of crept up to the point where in 2021, we were 25% higher annual chloride concentration. And then something happened in 2022 and 2023 that caused that to go way down. Without asking you to get into the why, I just would encourage you to, whatever it is you're doing, whether it's because limited access to brine for a reason beyond your control or whatever it is, please keep doing it. Love to see those things go in that direction.
And that's the point of this data, so that we can look at that kind of stuff. And
I mean, in general, it seems like this is a situation that CDOT is paying closer attention to, that there are some solutions on the horizon. One of them that I'm really excited about is this AVL system and getting it connected to distribution, to the actual application. This is because when we were talking about this, when we were so excited to talk about this in 2019, some of what we were hearing is that maybe there were some incentives inside like the employment system, and some incentives to operators to over apply. Stories of basically intentional over application.
Blacking out the road in advance of a storm because you didn't have the manpower to handle a storm in progress.
And so it seems like maybe those issues have been corrected. I think the way to know those issues have been corrected is to prioritize that. And I would encourage that. Those are kind of my big takeaways. And this is, I actually am happy to hear the situation seems to be getting better and that we're designing roadways better. I like that as well. When we talk about trees, I can't help but think about on the other side, we're talking about mitigating for wildfire in the right of way. And so I'm wondering if we want those trees there, if they're close enough to be impacted by salt, maybe they're close enough to help a fire go from a truck to a tree to the forest. So I'm kind of like shifting a little bit my expectations there. It makes me curious where CDOT's maintenance priorities are with respect to mitigating wildfire risk in your right of way.
I just came to this area, it's been a couple of years now, that I came over from Section 5. And that's one of the things that I did notice was the dead trees and stuff. So at that point, I made efforts to get an auger attachment for our track hoe. And that, as we're speaking of it, it just came in 3 or 4 weeks ago, that auger attachment. So we've got that attached now and we're ready to go up and down I-70 and mitigate dead trees in the areas where they are a danger from falling over and whatever. So you're going to start to see those operations take place, here in the next probably few weeks.
Great.
My point in addressing it, number of trees, sorry, George, is just that it's correlation. When cause and effect, what's going on? Is it creating a difference or not?
Yeah, definitely. I'm curious about well water. One of the things that we heard in 2019 was folks that live very close to the highway noticing a taste of salt and wondering if that's caused by CDOT's operations. I'm curious, well, what I would do is I would advocate for some kind of an approach to gather information from people's self-measurement or assist people in measuring their well water if they're within a certain range of the highway here. I think that's an important piece of this puzzle that I would love to see added to this analysis as you guys move forward. And the last thing that I have is with respect to local action, like we have kind of a two-part job here. One is to put a lot of pressure on you guys to do right. The other one is to keep our organization doing right. Any recommendations with respect to our local operations that might help?
Well, you mentioned the salt or the dust suppressant. We've also noticed that we had to remove mag chloride from our dust suppressant. So unfortunately, though, the alternative is water, and
right, that goes away pretty fast too.
You got to do a lot of active upkeep with that. But yes, we did notice that was a big issue for us. I really hope that as we do this study through the project area, we are going to look more at the wastewater treatment plant discharges. I would love to partner with Blackhawk and see, because they've got the intake down in that area as well. And so I'm hoping to see it's more of a local source assessment. We've been looking at it from a broader scale. What is the highway impacts? How do we manage a long highway? And we're drilling down much more to a local analysis. So as this sampling plan goes through, I am hoping to get a lot more information with the local community and maybe do some more sourcing.
Okay. Awesome. And that's the balance for me. Grateful for your time. Any last comments, colleagues?
I think my intuition is that on the county side, what you were just speaking to, living a block off of one of those roads, I see a few trees dying along the edge of the road. I think the same principle holds there true when we talk about fire mitigation. We're also talking about, doing mitigation along our roads to make sure that they're, but first of all, a wider, safer place to travel in a fire for egress and escape. And secondly, the vehicles themselves can also be a source of fire ignition. And so and I don't see a huge number of trees. I just noticed as I go up North Empire Road, on the downstream side, there are a half a dozen trees that are turning red in the first half a mile out of town, the area that we're doing as we head up there, up to Mad Creek Road. And I talked to one of the owners that said, hey, these trees are dying right on the edge of my property and they're turning red. I presume it's because of the mag chloride. The other thing that I see is that when that mag chloride is laid down, the dust is suppressed and out of their homes for weeks at a time, as opposed to till the sun comes out. So I mean, so the real question then is are there other effects? Because along those roads is where we have more of our wells as opposed to municipal water systems. So their wells, of course, that's also where they have OWSs, where they have the wastewater treatment systems, OWTSs. So, so it's going to be hard to differentiate what causes what with regard to, well water. But in terms of our own stuff, this is informative for me to be thinking about that, about what the impacts are of the use of this. So we may want to look into that. The loss of trees seems to be pretty minimal because the speeds are low and you don't really, like I say, you see, you've got thousands and thousands and thousands or millions of trees and you see a half a dozen trees along a road and it's like, well, now we don't have to cut down those trees for fire mitigation. So
when I spoke to interact a lot with the guy who built the water quality model for FHWA, and he now works in Washington. And he told me throughout his studies, he's been doing studies in Oregon and around New Hampshire and stuff. And he has found that the number one source for salt that he's been able to identify locally is typically from very active parking lots who are managed by some kind of outside contractor. And he told me that that was the number one source of parking lots. But it's not necessarily the municipality, the government operations, it's the outside contractor who just throws a lot down. And I have noticed.
Oh.
You go around Denver, you'll see like, you'll step out of your car into a pile of salt. Yeah.
Interesting. That's that might be relevant to our next item on our agenda. Suggest we get to. You all are grateful for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Kurt.
Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. Thanks, Frank. Nice job.
Taking a break. George, are we on break?
We are not on break. We're moving to item number 7. And then we're
Thanks,
gonna
guys. Have a good one.
Thank you, Megan.
Yeah, no worries.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
have the sense that item number 7 can go pretty quickly. And then,
Oh, I can muck it up for an hour.
well, you can, but I'm not that guy.
Yeah, you're not that guy.
Like the opposite. You're the guy that has to tolerate.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. There you go. Now you're back on the record.
Did you?
We're actually going to take a 5-minute bio break. And then we're going to proceed through items 7, 8, and 9.
He's ready.
Well, we're gonna proceed through items, we're
Well,
gonna
wait.
get ourselves a more than 5-minute break at some point prior to executive sessions. Okay. Thank you. We're done with our break. We are here to consider approval of a construction contract for the Floyd Hill Parking Area Improvements Project. CP 24-01 to RNE Ltd LLC, doing business as Elite Surface Infrastructure. Stoy, what do you have for us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a little bit of background on this. This is a parking area that's serving a trail system near the Floyd Hill residential area there. And it's the trail's been in place for several years. I think there's always been a desire, but there's certainly a desire now to improve the parking area, to make it a little more functional, to meet our standards, to mitigate some of the concerns that we've seen with the existing parking there. And staff have made efforts along with various other agencies, open space commissions, and the Board of County Commissioners to allow for the improvement of the parking area. And we have staff approached Mueller Engineering and awarded them the design contract for this project. And Mueller Engineering assisted us with developing a parking area design, which really consists of reducing the grade of the parking area to meet our parking area standards, provide for water quality control pond, maintain continued access to the residents that's served by the same driveway as the parking area there, and just really maximize the amount of parking and minimize the impacts from that parking. We went through the design process, and as we finalized or approached the finalization of those design plans, Mueller Engineering did provide us with a cost estimate that was a little higher than we anticipated, and provided for a little bit of concern going into the construction phase of this due to the allocated funds available to improve the parking area. Based on the engineer's estimate of costs there, it was not going to be feasible to improve the entire parking area as designed. And so our approach when we put this out for construction bids was to break it out into different bid alternatives or phasing. And we separated it into really kind of three primary sections. So one being the north parking area. All this exists in some form where it's kind of, it's not really been graded out, but it has been used. So the vegetation has been removed, and there's two kind of existing areas there, that one on the north side of the driveway that serves the parking areas as well as this residence above the parking areas, which we refer to as the north lot and the design plan and this presentation to you today. And then on the opposing side that's in between the driveway and Highway 40, we refer that as the south lot. And then the driveway and that's serving the parking area and the single family residence there is referred to in the plans as the roadway. And so those are kind of the three different areas that we broke the plans up into, the roadway, the north lot, and the south lot. And the roadway is existing, it's there, it serves these parking areas and this existing single family residence. It's paved currently. There was always an intention and agreement that was going to continue to be paved as we provided for any improvements there. There has been some debate on whether there was a desire to pave the parking areas themselves. And that was another factor that we wanted to make clear as we put this out for construction bids, to allow us some options depending on the desire of the Board of County Commissioners in awarding the project and the allowable funding that would allow us to proceed with some improvements, if not all of the desired improvements. And so that was our approach, putting it out to bid. When we put it out to bid, we received we received 3 bids in response to our request. All of the bids, they varied from, in total amounts to include the roadway, south lot, and north lot. The combined amounts varied from around $591,000 up to $816,000 for the cost of construction from these 3 different potential contractors. And fortunately, all of them were less than the estimated cost from our engineers. So that did alleviate some of the pressure and our ability to allow for these improvements. The lowest bidder was from Elite Surface Infrastructure, or ESI, at around $591,000 for the designated work that was put out to bid there. And they were the clear low bidder on this. They provided qualification statements. We reviewed that, clearly qualified to do this type of work. ESI has done various other projects for the County Road and Bridge Department, and repaving projects for Fall River Road, and most recently County Road 170, or I believe it's it's recently been renamed, and I'm spacing on the new name for it, but they repaved both of those portions of those roads for us, as well as provided for the paving work on County Road 314 as part of a larger CDOT project. Done a lot of work for us. We've got a good relationship with them. They're qualified to do this work. We were really happy to get a bid from them, and at a price that appears to fit within our budget, or for the most part fits within the allocated funding available for this project. We got that bid amount, and requesting those bid amounts, it was just the construction costs, the real construction costs that we identified through the design plans and the quantities based on those plans. Whenever we award a project, we're recommending that we put some kind of contingency funds in there. And so that price is adjusted from what their bid amount was, as well as we made some other adjustments in those quantities to kind of help provide us with the ability to make a recommendation to you that fits within the staff's recommendations, the Open Space Commission's desires, and then allows the Board of County Commissioners some options and how to award this work. And I'd like to continue with this being presented to the Open Space Commission. A lot of the funding for this project is being provided directly from the Clear Creek Open Space Commission, and the funds available to the open space projects, along with a GOCO grant and Jefferson County Open Space as well, are all contributors to the budget for this project. And this was most recently presented to the Open Space Commission once we received these bids back with the information that we got, and our request, staff's request to the Open Space Commission was consisted of a recommendation that we proceed with all of the work that was scoped in the design plans, with the exception of paving the south parking lot, and that we add a 15% contingency fund to the total project cost. And so really what that did was take that bid amount from ESI, eliminate the cost of paving the south lot, which we loosely referring to as an overflow lot. The north lot is more of the primary parking area there. Eliminating the cost for paving the south parking lot, and then adding a 15% contingency, which took their original bid amount from $591,000 to close to $650,000. And that left a funding gap from the previously allocated funds for this project of around $93,000. So staff recommended that we proceed, recommend that they make a motion to recommend to the Board of County Commissioners that that this work be awarded in that amount of $650,000. And they recommended that open space funds be utilized to make up that funding gap of the $93,000. Again, ESI was the clear low bidder on this project. They're qualified contractor. Staff is happy to recommend project award to them. Additionally, want to reiterate, kind of general staff recommendations to all include paving this particular parking lot, not only because we have, a standard that indicates that we should be paving this type of parking lot, but just because of the particular nature of this parking lot. We've had observed problems with sediment being washed away from the parking areas that exist now down through the site into the roadside ditch for Highway 40. Just creating kind of a sediment transport problem there that would be somewhat addressed by paving to reduce that sediment load that's being transported away from the site. Additionally, we have, included in this water quality control pond that will be in between the parking area and Highway 40. So it will capture all that. If we don't pave that, the sediment will ideally be captured in that pond and removed and disposed of at an appropriate location. If we proceed with the project award and continue to use this parking lot without pavement, we just anticipate, among other things, increased loading in the sediment pond, which is increase the maintenance schedule for that pond. Other factors that we considered when making a recommendation to pave this parking lot is just the functionality of it. They function well, clear, defined parking spaces, kind of maximize your parking area. Safety, again, just kind of clear traffic direction into the users in this, especially with the mixed use in this particular parking area with pedestrians, bikers, and vehicles all kind of interacting with each other. It's kind of a little bit safer just to have clearly defined parking areas and drive lanes just for internal traffic routing on that. One of the primary reasons why we continue to recommend paving for this in particular is just to minimize maintenance, just ongoing periodic maintenance. We'll have to maintain the parking area, whatever the case may be. If it's unpaved, typically we should be in there, sometimes after big storm events, we can see erosion channels and different things crop up. But mainly, on an annual basis, maybe semi-annual basis to get in there, provide some regrading work, cleaning out the sediment pond, I estimated 2 to 3 years. We haven't done any, formal analysis on loading and what that maintenance schedule would be. But just based on our experience, we would expect to need to get in there every few years to clean that out with an unpaved surface. With the paved surface, maintenance is going to be really minimal. We would expect that sediment pond and water quality control pond, it's treating other pollutants beyond just the sediments to not need to be, cleaned out, nearly as often, I think more on the order of 10 years on a maintenance schedule for the pond itself. And then for the parking area, maintenance would really be limited to, restriping occasionally and some limited crack filling, which is, there's a variety of different contractors out there that can provide for that type of work. It's really hand machines, to stripe this, you wouldn't have a big road striping machine or anything like that. It would just be a hand machine that go in and restripe a parking lot. Same with the crack sealing. Sometimes they'll, use equipment mounted on a pickup or something, but still pretty small equipment to get in there, pretty low cost to provide for that maintenance. So, when it comes time to repave it, that is a higher cost. But with as much usage as a pavement surface like this, with the design structural section being well drained, I would expect that this pavement surface doesn't need to be repaved for decades.
But your recommendation is not to pave it this time and see how it performs?
No, our recommendation is to pave the north lot.
Oh, okay.
The roadway and not initially approve pavement for the south lot. But we would add this 15% contingency fund to the entire project with the idea if that contingency fund is not used for other adjustments or minor contract revisions, that funding be made available to pave the south lot.
I misread the recommendation under conclusion.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, this has been a bit of a debate and we've done a lot of thinking together staff and along with the Board of County Commissioners, the Open Space Commission, and just have a lot of different opinions on whether or not we should be paving these types of lots and this lot in particular. And so we've really been back and forth, but ultimately I do want to be clear that our recommendation is to move forward at this price of $650,000, which does include paving the north lot, the roadway, and has that 15% contingency. And then wanted to ask for additional direction from the board, whether or not you wanted to allow staff to be able to approve the use of those contingency funds toward the end of the project if they're not used otherwise to pave the south lot. And then we have been a little bit, since we really started digging into the design for this parking area, we've had a lot of construction activity with the roundabout right there and other things going on. So we really, we kind of wanted to get in there and get an idea of how many people are using this parking lot. All the evidence we have is all anecdotal. We've tried to set up some traffic counters out there and kind of get an idea with some of the construction traffic and other stuff going on there. We just really haven't been able to do a good analysis and really determine how many people are really using this. Of course, a lot higher use in the summertime, and it is heavily used just on a daily basis for people parking there and using the trail system, as well as hosting special events on occasion. Also of note, I wanted to just point out, that the existing driveway is paved. We do plan to repave that, and are recommending that whatever the case. The driveway continues on and the parking area serving the single family residence is paved. It's bordered by Highway 40, a paved state highway along with I-70, and then on the east side, a commercial warehouse that also has a paved parking area with a curb and gutter system there. And so there has been some guidance feedback from the Open Space Commission that they don't desire to pave open space parking areas. I continue to recommend this with the agreement of the other staff involved with this project, that this is one that really, because of the surrounding area, the high use of it, the volume or the amount of parking spaces, this is one that we continue to recommend that it be paved. And I think, that's, we did, on that note, when this was presented to the Open Space Commission, along with these same recommendations, that I'm recommending to you today, the Open Space Commission, passed, two motions. One was really that, they made a motion that they wanted to recommend to the Board of County Commissioners that neither parking area get paved, as has been their desire on other open space parking areas. The second motion was that they recommended the use of this $93,000 of the open space fund to allow for this project to move forward, which up to the $93,000, which would allow for, the paving of the north lot along with that 15% contingency fund.
Right, with the caveat that on that motion too, with the caveat that there would be an outreach to Jefferson County to get them to do a cost sharing on that 93,090, right?
That is right. Yeah, they recommended, to move forward and not to exceed that 93,000, but it's my understanding that that other staff are reaching out to Jefferson County to see if we can get some additional funding support from them as well.
All right.
I think that the thing to dig into here, I don't hear the Open Space Commission recommending that contingency be used for the south lot because they believe the south lot should not ever be paved. I know our standards, probably for good reason, on private properties is that parking lots of a certain size or a certain volume, projected volume, be paved. Can you explain the rationale behind our codes having a preference for paved lots?
Only my interpretation of them and my understanding of them, they were written well before, I came to Clear Creek County. They're consistent with Summit County. I think a lot of these standards are traded back and forth with other jurisdictions. That rather than, start from scratch and say, hey, here's the needs of our county, it's like, hey, we need to adopt road standards and parking area standards. And so that's oftentimes the origination of some of these standards. It's like, hey, these guys have a pretty good set of standards over here. Let's copy them. And I think, that's probably where it originated, but it's remained in our code and been evaluated by staff previous to me. And as I've evaluated it, we have really looked at this. We are proposing some revisions to our roadway manual, the parking area pavement standard being one of them. And the staff recommendation to the board when we present those to you, and a meeting to come soon. We're to include, that paving standard remain, but it, with an exception for parking areas that are recreational use such as this, serving 20 or less parking spaces. And so we just tried to make a determination of really, factoring in the amount of use for an area in that standard. So that's what we were looking at recommending now. As far as that continuing to be a standard for us, it's really due to the reasons that I'm recommending this parking area. It's just really the maintenance, the functionality, and the safety of it are really the primary reasons for that. And again, understanding, if you do a long-term cost analysis of it, it is more expensive to pave, but they perform better, they're safer, and they're easier to maintain on a yearly or, short-term basis. And if maintained well, then they last really long time and are cost effective.
Thank you.
Who's responsible for maintenance after the parking lot's up and running?
It's a very good question, and thank you for that. We haven't, oftentimes with these projects, we will create a maintenance plan to identify that. For this particular project, we have not prepared a maintenance plan or necessarily identified how that will be maintained in the future. In the past and existing parking areas, really combined effort that, the Open Space Commission, of course, puts in a lot of effort to this, sometimes, by hiring contractors, sometimes just with the staff they have available to go out and do minor work. Road and Bridge often jumps in and does, when a sediment pond would need to be cleared out or, the parking area be regraded. Sometimes the Road and Bridge has jumped in there, but sometimes that's contracted out as well, using open space funding for maintenance. For this particular lot, we have not identified a way of maintaining it.
Short answer though is the county's responsible.
That makes me think that having a space that has lower maintenance requirements over time is a good thing. Are you anticipating that there'll be a full or partial closure of parking during the construction work?
We do. We are moving forward with the understanding that the parking will be unavailable at this site really through the rest of the summer season. We haven't got a clear construction schedule from our contractor yet, but I would anticipate that once they get in there, that it's going to take the majority of the rest of the mountain biking season for them to get in. We do plan to keep that available for trail users. If they have alternative parking or want to bike to the area or something like that, we are asking the contractor to provide continued maintenance or access for trail users. But as far as parking goes, it may be unavailable. We'll work with the contractor if there's the ability for them to continue working and allow, some sort of public vehicle access there. We would certainly explore that, but because of the one entryway there that accesses both parking areas, it's going to be challenging to keep that available for public parking.
So maybe I'm diving into some of Megan's land here, but your communication plan talked about when there's a new project, you get data and then you push that out to inform people.
Yep.
Does that suggest that before the parking lot gets closed,
Yeah.
there'll be a few weeks or a month of information going out to the regular users?
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, I have a form that you can fill out if you want and all that fun stuff. So, yeah.
Yeah, Megan has created this form for us for just this type of thing, whether it's a roadway project or a parking area project or whatever it may be. She's given us some direction on what would be helpful to her to be able to advertise these projects. So we'll certainly work with her. And once we identify that construction schedule, as soon as we are able to, then we'll push that out to her, access to get that information out to the public. Beyond that, we do oftentimes on our projects, we have just a VMS board, a portable VMS board that we'll put up, so we'll likely put that up in the parking area for those regular users that are there. They'll likely see something like that, maybe more so than looking at our website or something.
And that we can touch on stuff like that more when I think it was item 10, when I show you guys about county notifications and fun stuff like that.
Just a quick comment to add to the communication saying, I think we could get a lot of help from organizations like Comba, who are very well connected to that user group.
Sure.
So would the neighboring business then also be alerted as part of that communication planning?
If you guys want me to, do
I'm
you?
just curious.
Yeah,
To
yeah.
make work.
No, that's okay.
I
Yeah.
don't really, we haven't identified a need for that, for the warehouse, the commercial warehouse next door. They should have little to no impacts from our construction project there for their access. Of course, the single family residents, the owners and residents there will have some bigger impacts, but that is a condition of for the contractor as well, that they maintain, continued access for them, just using that, and of course, emergency access as well.
What else?
None for me.
I think the board should know that if we choose to authorize use of contingency to allow any, I would say, any contingency or any additional funds to pave the south lot, what we're doing is having a difference of opinion with the Open Space Commission about whether that south lot should be paved or not. And I think that's worth discussing. I think that's really the only thing that is,
Thought I heard they don't want to pave the north lot.
Yeah, then kind of manager's correct in that they would desire that neither one be paved. They've recommended the use of funding and recommended the use of funding to allow the project to move forward, but they continue to recommend that all of the open space lots be unpaved.
it seems like maybe there is some kind of maybe is compromise the right word, because we do have a recommendation that we allocate that funding for the north lot.
Yeah,
I heard it's an allocation of if we need that for other costs associated with the project, if there's money left to use it to pave the south lot. I do think if you choose to pave the north lot, you could give us direction to come back to you if there's money remaining and we want to pave the south lot.
I think there are a couple of other considerations, and they're just environmental considerations. There's maintenance issues, of course, and then there's on the environmental side, you've got pervious versus impervious paving, and then some of the pollutants that come with the maintenance that we just spent a long time discussing a little bit ago, and then ultimately an increased cost to have it there in order to accomplish that, when what's there is functioning at this time. And there may not be a great increase. Something costs more over time versus less over time. I like less over time. I think Mitch said that just a second ago, unless there's a detrimental aspect to it. So are we suggesting, do you really, did I misunderstand? Or do you suggest that a paved lot will save us money over time once we've done a full cradle to cradle, or full cradle to cradle, which means a renewal of a resurfacing when the time comes 10 years out or whatever?
No, I can't say that with any confidence at all. I think that there's more evidence to support that it will cost more to pave it initially and long term, but that it's a better product and more functional, safer, and easier to maintain on a regular basis.
And granted, that lot is not used as much when the weather's bad in the wintertime, obviously, except that is a south-facing open space walking and riding area. And those south-facing slopes in Clear Creek County do get used for recreation in the wintertime, especially as we're having a lot milder winters right now. And if you have a gravel lot, you don't have to sand it. You don't have to put mag chloride or sodium chloride or anything on it. And there's some plowing to be done in either case. So, I got mixed feelings about the paving side of it. If it's going to cost us more to pave it, and we're not hearing complaints from the users that it's not paved at this time, I question whether it's a useful thing to do.
I think the complaints that we're hearing are more about can be interpreted as a management problem that this could solve, right? More parking capacity is desired, and one of the ways you achieve that is by getting a parking lot that people can use efficiently,
which means striping it,
right?
What I'm trying to do right now is think about, when I go to play, Jeffco has a very extensive open space system. Their budget is about the size of Clear Creek County's budget. And I'm thinking of the places that I go and use in Jeffco when I go biking, for example. And most of the lots I go to are, throughout Jeffco are gravel dirt lots. As opposed to other places where I go to the Taj Mahal and I park on pavement. It's a different setup. Anyway, just thought I'd throw that out.
And I think part of that is because they have the ability to maintain those. They have the equipment and the maintenance plans and the operations to kind of go in there and grade those as necessarily and keep them maintained on a regular basis. And for some of our parking areas, we've really struggled with that. Whereas if we look at, the Game Check or, the Dumont Trailhead that was recently constructed, we haven't really had to do much of anything for those, including plowing, for the Game Check. And it would be the same, I think, for this particular lot as far as plowing. I think there would be little to no need for plowing on this really in either case. I don't think that that's really, that it's been plowed currently. And still used. It's just south facing enough and gets enough exposure there that snow doesn't tend to build up in that parking lot. So I don't think plowing will really be a factor. And I think, with a blacktop surface, that would even be more minimized. That would, the heat radiating, the sun radiating off the blacktop will typically keep that pretty clear. I don't think there would be much need for plowing.
Well, I'll just be honest, I'm kind of disinclined to pave either one based on what I see if it works now. I mean, we can say that there's more capacity if we were to pave it and stripe it, then there's going to be more cost and there's going to be more cost overall. And it sounds like when you say that it's less of an effort if we pave it, it sounds like it's a bandwidth versus cost issue, which is kind of oxymoronic. I understand why it's true. But normally our problem, when there's more bandwidth required, there's more cost involved with utilizing that bandwidth because having the capacity to go plow the lot. Whereas in this case, we're really not plowing that lot at this time with dirt. Is that correct?
No, I don't think it's been plowed on any kind of regular basis at all. But even without plowing, we've just seen that sediment transport that's really kind of been one of the bigger concerns, which, we'll attempt to address with the sediment pond there, but that will require quite a bit of ongoing maintenance as well.
One of the factors that comes to mind is our challenges in hiring equipment operators and how we want to prioritize equipment operators' efforts, whether it's on roads or on parking lots, or I think you could make an argument that paving this helps Road and Bridge meet their primary goal, right? Which is working on people's roads.
Yeah. And I guess the counter argument to that is how much of a strain is this lot on Road and Bridge as constructed?
Road and Bridge does not plow any of our parking lots.
I'm talking about the maintenance.
Okay.
I'm talking about the surface maintenance.
Okay.
Not the. Do you have any clarity to add to this conversation?
Maybe I missed it when I read through the information. It seems like this project is in our current budget. And is there really an ask? So I'm curious, I'm more than happy to keep talking about it. But if it was a specific project that was already budgeted, was the time to have had the conversation then?
Well, I think every decision that we make is worth revisiting if we realize we can improve the quality of the decision as we go forward. All funds are fungible and money that even if every time we save money in the budget, we're happy about it. So that's something we do continuously all the time. So
that's not missed on me.
Yeah, that's my counter argument to the idea that we budgeted it and we can shorten the meeting by saying yes. I'm kind of like, let's just make a good decision and move forward. I think I'm personally, having gone up there and used that lot several times and never had a problem ever parking when I went up there. And I realized that there are times for events and things like that where it gets heavier use. And maybe I've been there when it wasn't real heavily used. I'm disinclined to invest in doing something that our engineers are telling us is going to cost more in terms of maintenance and construction over time. That doesn't seem to be a significant problem at this time, and which open space is recommending against. I haven't heard a really strong argument to override that recommendation. So it's just kind of, and if we save a few bucks doing it in capital cost at this time, then, you know, that's the anti-communist in me that you don't hear very often, you know.
I mean, I don't know. When I see the revenue for this project versus the revenue it would take to choose that we're gonna maintain a dirt surface on our own, I see GoCo contributing, I see Jeffco Open Space contributing. I think I'm inclined to not go against the established momentum of having applied for grants for this project, prioritize this project, put it into a budget. I think I'm inclined to approve this as presented for the open space recommendation. And
You mean per staff recommendation, because open space is recommending against paving, correct?
I'm just reading the motion that they made. Open Space Commission recommends BOCC support entering into a contract for the Floyd Hill Open Space Trailhead Improvement Project, but that it excludes paving of both the north and south lots. Okay.
Yes, that's what I'm
Yes.
saying.
I missed that thought.
I hate to spend more money to override open space.
At what point was open space brought into this conversation? Was it here? Was it, were there?
Which is a kind of a reminder, we've had this conversation multiple times with
Yeah.
respect to whether or not we want to pave this. And to help you with part of the answer to your, don't get into that kind of deep time, knowing that they're gonna be coming back at these large of a projects, but I'll let Amy.
Yeah, I just want to weigh in. I mean, I think, so the staff recommendation, both on the rec team end and on the road and bridge end, is generally that we should go with the county norms and the county standards. The Open Space Commission did want to stick with their norm of unpaved county road, unpaved parking lots. And did want to hold that line mostly for precedent. They understood that they were unlikely to prevail in that recommendation, but felt that it was an important precedent to hold. They also are aware that the likely upcoming standards change that that Road and Bridges is coming forward with regarding the size of the 20 under thing that would allow dirt surfaces. They did believe that a dirt surface was appropriate here. However, there's also a very good argument for a paved surface at this lot, as Story has presented. The amount of traffic at this lot, the fact that this is not a backcountry location, it's not a rustic, it's not the most, nature-centered, pristine, rustic location as open space parking lots go. It's by far the largest open space parking lot. It's one of the largest parking lots in our county, with 40 and 50 spots per lot. It's very large. And so it seems like if we're going to pave anything, this is one to pave in order for maintenance. There's a retention pond that has maintenance impacts. There's a lot of reasons to pave this lot. And the Open Space Commission heard all of this, and they did still recommend holding their norm. And that was a big part of their motion, and they wanted to hold their norm. And so it was the way I would characterize it, they wanted to make that recommendation for this lot, but they also wanted to hold their norm of advocating for unpaved parking lots generally as an open space norm. And that was part of it.
12 times there. Can we just characterize this is their recommendation?
It is, but there's some context that is.
And also the fact that there was a time before when I should have brought this up is falling on deaf ears. We came here today to have a meeting and make a decision, and we get to talk about that decision. Okay, I just want to be clear.
There was a question at the table about the Open Space Commission's recommendation, and we just addressed it.
And I'm good with that. And being able to talk about that and express these ideas is fair.
It was very relevant context because Stroy unfortunately was not at that open space meeting. You presented it perfectly well. I don't mean to imply that you didn't, but I had that context and that was relevant to the discussion.
I don't see a precedent here. I think you make a cogent argument that this is a big lot. This is a unique property in the open space system. And I think I agree that it makes sense to pave this thing. I hope that the Open Space Commission, if they're listening, will hear that I don't think this is a policy decision about whether parking lots in general should be paved or not. I welcome that conversation at a more general level, but with respect to this specific project, I think it makes sense to pave this lot with GoCo money, JEPCO open space money, et cetera.
I think I'll be voting, if the motion is to pave the lot as recommended, I'll be voting no. The reason I'm voting no is because I don't really care about the characterization of whether it's just open space stuck in their ways and following their norm. The fact is, I assume that they're intelligent people that made a recommendation based on what they believe is correct, which they're completely entitled to, as are my compatriots, even if we disagree. And I think that the time to discuss this is probably at lots of opportunities on the way when we're actually involved in the conversation and have that opportunity and it's brought to us for a decision. And it's also here today when we're making decisions. So I want to reiterate that. And the reasons I'll be voting no against it if the motion is made is because the same place that's providing some of the funding for it, as are we, JEPCO Open Space, I go to their mountain bike parking lots a lot. And virtually every place I've ever gone to get off and ride my bike, even road bike, I'm parking on a dirt lot and they seem to do fine.
Mhm.
Also, this is going to save us money on the long term on a sustainability, on a sustainable, cradle to cradle cost analysis. Yeah, there's going to be money in grading, but I assume you're taking that into account when you're talking about the long-term effects of maintaining this. It's going to be the grading and maintenance of the facility. It's going to be plowing it if we do plow it. It's going to be the striping and maintenance and the repaving when the time comes. And so I look at the whole thing and say, I just as soon save money, mimic arguably the most successful open space behavior in the region when we look at JEPCO Open Space, and respect and not try to characterize it other than their recommendation and the fact that our Open Space Commission said, we think this thing doesn't need to be paved. So I don't feel a need at this time. And I think that if we reach a point that we find after these improvements, it to be inadequate, you can always pave something down the road and spend the money then if you need to. I doubt that there's a very large saving on a paving contract to do it at that time if we're going to be maintaining it anyway. So I'll be voting no just for that reason, but I respect opinions to the contrary.
For the record, I do not think the Open Space Commission is stuck in their ways and because they are not.
Well,
I
kept hearing they made these recommendations, but they wanted to stick to their norm.
Yeah.
So I was just
care about that norm.
I was responding to that as though it's a habit that they're used to following and they'd like to stay with their habit. That's how I interpreted it when I heard it. And that could be me taking it wrong, but anyway.
So I would tend to lead towards approving it and likely will. And that's based on staff recommendation and the fact they've been involved much longer than I have.
Right.
And they're the professionals in the room.
Yeah, I mean, I just, saving total projects cost does not equal saving local dollars. The pathway to saving local dollars is to grab other people's money for a big capital expenditure that saves us ongoing expenses year over year.
I thought I heard Stoice tell us something completely different. That over the long haul, we're going to spend more money on that lot if we pave it in county dollars. That's what I heard.
Well, when you factor in the initial cost, then yeah, it is an expense to pave it. And you know, the maintenance, we haven't performed an analysis on this particular use, so I can't say with any confidence either way, but I don't want to mischaracterize and say, I think, oh yeah, paving's going to be a lot cheaper over the long haul. I don't know that that's true, and I probably feel that it may be otherwise, but I do maintain that it's going to be a better performing parking lot, and it's going to, you know, hold up better and function well.
When you say reflect the initial cost, are you talking about our contribution to the initial cost or the overall project?
I think in general, you know, whether it's a road or a parking area or driveway or whatever it is, when you factor that initial cost of paving that into the total cost to include long-term maintenance, that yeah, it's going to drive the cost up.
And just so you know, this isn't break my back either way. This is nothing I'm upset about with staff or anybody else, nor do I think that you've done a bad job or anything like that. I'm just coming to a different conclusion.
No, and I appreciate the Board of County Commissioners, you know, considering this, you know, on a project specific basis, because we have a lot of more broader considerations for you that we'll be bringing to you, you know, for other projects and for our roadway manual, you know, and what direction we'll get on, you know, what you want us to bring to you in that roadway manual to influence or require of others outside of a county project of what they must do with their parking areas.
Well, I'd say quite enough, so I'm ready to.
The not pave alternative involves probably trying to figure out how to get that retention pond in there. And then build a maintenance plan to keep that retention pond operational.
The pond will be going in, it's part of the plans and will be
Either way.
constructed either way. It does not create any kind of change there. I assume, you know, we have hired a paving contractor to perform this work. But you know, I assume that they will still be open to doing the earthwork and building the pond and installing the culverts and doing the drainage infrastructure without paving, but that is an assumption on my part. We will, if we do scope the project a little bit differently than how we portrayed it in the bid, we do need to go back to the contractor and say, hey, you know, will you still enter into this contract with us with eliminating all of the pavement for both the north and south lot? I did communicate to them for the south lot, but they told them that we were recommending that the north lot be paved and that it was all subject to the Board of County Commissioners and what you would decide.
And I believe you said too, that if the lots were not paved, the impact on the sediment pond would be greater. The maintenance on the sediment pond would increase. It would fill with goop.
And yeah, whether that's a contractor or the road and bridge department, you know, that's mobilizing a few pieces of equipment, you know, whether it's a mini excavator or a skid steer type of piece of equipment to get out there and load a tandem dump truck and haul it off. It doesn't sound like a whole lot, but you know, if it's done every year, then it is quite a bit of work to go in and perform that work. And if we're having to regrade the parking lot, but again, you know, we're one of the goals with this to meet all our standards, including the grade and the drainage standards, which will alleviate some of the problems that we see, you know, with sediment transport and the need for regrading as well. So it's not just the paving that is a recommended improvement here. It's being improved in many other ways as well.
What kind of risk do we impose on the GOCO grant if we decide not to pave?
I think they would be okay either way.
I don't know if I have a strong opinion on the pavement. Follow that information.
These don't have to be unanimous votes. Don't worry about me, guys. I've expressed my opinion, so.
Well, here, where hiding in this chart is county money being spent as opposed to open space? Because I'm having a hard time finding it.
Open space is county money.
But isn't it separate?
Well, it's a separate fund, but it's part of the
Okay.
overall county budget.
That's fine.
Where you might see it is in the maintenance plan that's not here.
Okay. I was
There's a
looking for
gap.
general fund
Yeah,
money.
there's a gap, and it's the county money is, open space funds, wherever the funds come from. If they're not spent here, they can be spent somewhere else or saved or whatever for now.
And there is not general fund money in this project. It's grant funds from GOCO, Jefferson County, and it's cash from the open space fund.
Okay.
So open space money not spent could be spent, for example, on a trail or something. That's what I think when Brian says it's still county money, it gets spent.
Yeah.
for Maintenance or acquisition or whatever. So
It covers a good deal of the rec team labor. So it does offset some general fund expenses, but it's all the same bucket ultimately.
well, I'm done talking. I can do
I-
whatever.
And I think Brian had suggested that idea of coming back to you at the point of making the decision on the south lot. That might be a win-win.
And I do, just for some context here, so the roadway paving, which we're recommending we do in any case, just kind of, I believe we probably made some promises that continue to be paved to serve the single family residents there. That total cost of the paving cost in that is around $24,000. The north lot is around $30,000. The south lot is around $26,000. This is just the paving, approximations of the paving cost and the striping cost for those individual items. So, the combined there, is closer to $80,000 for all of the paving and striping work that would go into this project. And it's split up in the three areas, the north lot at around $30,000, the roadway at $24,000, and the south lot at $26,000.
And the Open Space Commission's recommendation did include paving the road and widening the entry. So they were only recommending against paving the lots.
My opinion coming in and not having caught that but in the open space commission recommendation was why would you not pave the south lot too once you mobilize? That was my opinion coming in. But I could see you deciding not to pave them and pave just the road and see where it gets us. That's not a strong opinion. I don't think I have a strong opinion on this. The strong opinion I have is that this is not a precedent setting decision.
Mm-hmm.
The not strong opinion I have is that we're probably better served with pavement on those lots.
Any more words, Randy?
No,
All right.
I said I was done a bit ago, and for the first time in my life, I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
All right, I just wanted to make sure. All right, in that case, I'll move that we approve the construction contract for the Floyd Hill Parking Area Improvements Project CP 24-01 to RME Limited LLC doing business as Elite Surface Infrastructure.
Second.
Would you add to that motion that if contingency is to be used to pave the south lot, that the board be approached?
I would.
Sure, friendly amendment, yeah.
Okay.
And
Does this motion include paving in the north lot? I just want to make sure we're all clear on that.
I presume it does because the way it was
Yes.
stated.
All right, just want to make sure we're all
As-
clear.
As it was presented
Okay.
to us, that includes paving the north lot.
Right.
And coming back to us. if
Thank you
there's
for
ever
asking,
a
but that's, I
decision,
took it that way.
I
if
just wanna
there's-
make sure
if
we're
there's
all clear on
funds,
that.
come back to us about the south lot. Is that what you heard?
That's what I understood.
Yeah, that's what I understood. You didn't say the recommendation is with pavement. I didn't hear without the pavement, so.
Just wanted to be clear.
We've
and
got
the
a
roadway.
motion.
That's in there.
Okay.
We've got a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Oh, right.
Can't squash
Any
his
opposed, same
voice.
sign.
I do opposition, yeah, just for that reason, the paving.
I'm more used to an environment where someone just says no, but so, okay. Motion passes 2-1. thank you all for your time.
Thank you, commissioners.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And it'll be a nice lot either way.
Yeah.
It'll
It'll be improved.
dressed up a little. We'll have coat style.
No, it's a well-used lot. People love it, and I think they're gonna continue to.
Thanks.
Okay. Next on the agenda is consideration of approval of legislative initiatives submittal to Colorado Counties, Inc. What I have for you is just a verbal update. I don't have something for you to vote on. Which means that either CCI is gonna say we can submit this a couple days late, or you're gonna get an email from me asking for a special meeting. There's a chance that Clear Creek County does not need to submit this proposal. Because some other county is.
Well, then would we want to sign on to theirs?
We may, yeah, the odds are high that this board's gonna wanna take, well, then, yeah, that this board can take some action that would be helpful. Just a quick verbal update on how things are going. There are a lot of counties that are excited about this. This proposal to diversify county revenue authorities. There are a number of ideas that I ran you all through very quickly. There's a lot of bipartisan interest. And we're figuring out what we're doing is holding space for people to add ideas to that list. Ideas are coming in to be added to that list. Some ideas that we ultimately may not be excited about, but that I would love for us to be open to including in the list. So for the purposes of a good conversation that has a good outcome in time to write a bill. That's kind of where the conversation is at. My intent this week is to declare at some point that the fishing for ideas is over and now we're drafting something and getting a proposal that's written in front of boards that want to consider it. Questions, concerns, comments, direction, guidance?
First of all, I support the idea that we wait till that other larger regional organizational between CCI, CCAT and everybody, till that ripens and we've done that evaluation, that matrix of which of these is likely to even have the governor's or legislative support and narrow it down to those with the greatest likelihood of success. And then we look at those from among those, then have that conversation with us, the only other among ourselves to see what's the best for Clear Creek County and we agree with. And then second to that, waiting for that to ripen and come to us in a little more complete form. Obviously, as we've expressed, I have a much greater affinity for shifting the burden onto those that impact us from the outside, those kinds of diversifications, whether they're special seat taxes, occupational taxes, whatever, as well as sales taxes. And then the third is, when do you want to have that meeting? Because we're going to have a special meeting to meet the deadline.
There's a real good chance that CCI staff tells us not to worry about that July 12 deadline. There's a history of accepting proposals within a week of that deadline. And so I'm thinking odds are we can get this onto the agenda
16th
of the 16th and be okay.
Okay. Well, if like the last meeting, if something pops up and you find that's not the case, I'm
okay.
Look for a date to squeeze it in.
And I have like a last second concept to include, which I don't know if it is worth our time or effort to put this forward or not, but it's in my head. If there's a statute about where boards need to meet that's not exactly conducive to our geography, maybe we want to ask for a change to that statute. And I'll understand that a lot better this afternoon. Just a heads up. I don't think there's anything else to be said on this. Hearing none. Next, we're moving into consideration of board action to adjust employee wages for certain positions.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, can we take a break, please?
Yeah. Yeah, we can do our, if you'd like, we can take our 20-minute break right now. I was going to do it after item 11, but
Okay,
if now's
that's
better,
fine, as long as we can get one in, so.
is now better? I mean, what are we thinking?
Now,
People that have
now
been
works.
here?
I heard a request. I think I'm
Yeah.
happy with it.
So no. Okay,
It's
the
not
board
an issue.
is gonna go on recess. We will reconvene at let's say 1:40.
I only need a few minutes.
1:30.
Okay.
Gives us 20
Thank you.
minutes.
Okay. Good, we are back. Next thing on the agenda is consideration of approval of board action to adjust employee wages for certain positions. And though this says commissioners, I'm just gonna hand it to you, Brian.
Okay, thank you. I did read some of the minutes from the last meeting that I missed and watched some of it as well. I know this is a desire to, see what we can do about the pay and our inability to recruit some of our key positions in our public works department. Both equipment operators, who work for Road and Bridge, as well as a laborer position, in our transfer station, and we would submit to you, given that it's vacant, our transfer station manager as well. We're gonna be coming to the board with a new draft compensation policy that will outline some recommended changes that we would like to see, as well as some discussion points for you, probably in either the next meeting or the first meeting in August. We are going to be conducting a complete compensation analysis for all of our positions in gearing up for the budget that we're going to be bringing you. That said, I understand that this desire to see what we can do about these public works positions now before we do the rest of the county employees. Part of what we're going to be bringing you with respect to the overall county is a change in who we believe we should be comparing ourselves to. We've got some positions that I think it warrants to be going on to the private sector, to going on to the mine, et cetera, to determine how we compare. We've got some unique positions in this county that we struggle to find in other counties and other municipalities. So there's also a question of where do we pay? Right now, we have a compensation policy that indicates that we pay at 100% of midpoint. Do we want to take into account the cost of living in this county? And maybe it's 102% of midpoint. You know, I'm just throwing that option out there now. That's a conversation for another day. With respect to, you know, that's recognizing the difficulty it is to find an affordable house in this community, et cetera, to be able to live and work in the county. So those things are coming. With respect to our public works positions that we are struggling to recruit. One thing that was already under works before the conversation that was held at your last board meeting is going in and doing an assessment of our existing equipment operators, the ones that we're losing right now. Part of that policy we're going to be bringing you and we're going to be recommending to change is that the existing board adopted policy indicates that we start every single employee at the bottom of the range. Well, how do we accommodate? How do we recognize someone's experience or someone's unique skill set or their unique educational background that adds to their ability to do the job for the county? So we want to change that. But with that in mind, a lot of our employees were hired at the bottom of the range. And if we go back and do an analysis of their number of years of experience in the specific job that they're doing, you know, where should they be in that range? Should they be close to the bottom? Should they be close to the top? So we were already going to be doing that. In doing that, we call it a true up, but it's really looking at their experience, their performance, their skill sets, their education, et cetera, that will help us understand better where should they be in that range. And then move them to that corresponding spot. And we would do that with respect to hopefully an incentive to stay, right? That's a retention item, right? We were already going to do that. That would be done by the 15th of July in order to get at the start of a pay period. We can also go out and do a specific compensation analysis of the equipment operator, of the laborer, of the transfer station manager positions to determine whether and how are we doing with respect to market. The last time we did our market comparison was 2022. We got a policy that states that we do it every 2 years, hence why we're doing it now. And just to be frank, that's a snapshot in time of how are we doing with market. A month later could already be falling behind, but that's just the nature of compensation and pay. That's not specific or unique to Clear Creek. That's unique to that's specific to all organizations. So again, it's doing the analysis of our existing staff in that equipment operator position to determine, are they where they should be in the range? If they're not, we will move them. We would have that done by July 15th. And then doing a specific compensation analysis for those positions in addition to the transfer station positions to determine if we need to move them based on what market tells us. With that, I'll turn it back to the board.
When I look at the job postings and I see dates that positions were posted, I imagine that date changes whenever we go and update a job description or something.
We renew it every month.
You renew it every month. So when I see equipment operator 2 posted date, May 1st, we've been trying to find people for that position for much longer than that, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
How long do we think it's been since we were fully staffed in that position?
Not since I've been here. I think Carl told me that not since he's been director.
Not since he's been director.
Has it been fully staffed?
In the equipment operator? No, I don't believe so.
It's close, but not fully.
That's been quite a while.
This is a difficult to fill position nationwide. Not that that's an excuse, but there's many factors that go into this particular position and how difficult it is to find people. One of the greatest things we have is drug testing, and that's not a requirement we can voluntarily lift.
I do think that, and this is not what we're here to discuss today, so I'm just gonna throw it out there. I do think that when we're talking about people operating equipment on our property, we don't have to give them a CDL. I'm not here to take action to remove that from the job description today, but I do think that's the case.
I don't know that we have any positions where they stay on our property.
Well, the transfer station.
They have to go down the hill.
The driving loads of track. Weight.
Oh, the truck, yeah. When you said equipment operator. So.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if does a laborer require to,
Require the drug test?
no, CDL, yeah, so I don't,
No,
I'm
they don't require CDL.
not sure we have one that doesn't operate heavy equipment off, especially in road and bridge.
I'm just pointing out that we have equipment operation functions going on at the transfer station that don't involve leaving the property of the transfer station. That's all.
The laborer and the cashier. Those are the only two that don't leave the property.
Okay, and so as an alternative to the motion I had in mind 2 weeks ago was to increase wages or their salary equivalents for the equipment operator 2 and the transfer station laborer by $3 an hour. As a starting point to make an adjustment that I think is probably below what I think is very likely to be below what this market study shows we need to do. And therefore safe from overpaying. I think we're safe from overpaying by going up $3 an hour. As an alternative, I think you have an alternative in mind.
We want to do an actual market study and have it done in the next week. So we're making the decision on.
The 16th.
If you're gonna take action today, it's give us direction that could complete that market study and move those ranges based on what market is telling us they should be paid.
Do we feel okay with that, or would we want to see it again on the 16th? That's it. So that becomes a question here. I mean, I'm supportive of that general direction. We need to do this. Do we want to be able to have visibility into it before it's executed?
I mean, the quicker we get the market study done, the quicker we can change what we're advertising on the street.
Yeah, and that was a question, not a statement of opinion, just so you know, just throwing it out there.
No, I think I prefer the alternative that you suggest. We could raise it by $3 and find out it should have been $6 and then get in front of another board and then go through the process of updating all the job applications. I think what I'd like to see us do is
take whatever action is necessary today to make sure that staff can act on the data that it is gathering.
I guess the other thing I would add is we purchased a piece of software that's gonna help us do this work into the future. We're still getting trained on that software. So, and again, we're gonna come back to you and change who we think we should be comparing ourselves to. So we'll end up doing 2 market studies on these positions, not 1. So this is a temporary way to change based on what our existing comparators are paying. And then we take a look again when we do the full market study again later in the summer.
All of our jurisdictions have updated their pay plans and I have that data. So I would be using our current jurisdictions, but updated data. And then when we do the comp analysis in the fall, it will be the new market that we decide to go with.
Okay.
What if the second one turns out to be lower than the first one? And I know that's probably unlikely, but what if it does? Then what?
Well, there's other factors at play here, right? And again, if we want to change how we're comparing ourselves to market. As I mentioned earlier, right now, we're right at 100% of midpoint. We're right dialed in a market. We want to. And the reason I'm saying this is because do we want to change that and say because of the cost of living here, we're going to pay just a little bit more than market?
Yeah.
And that may help with that problem of it coming back low.
Well, that tells me a little bit about how we would get where we are. I'm just wondering, what I'm talking about is what happens when we land based on an objective analysis. And if we start here and then we do a more comprehensive analysis, it brings us down a little bit. Do we lower this back down, what do we, that's, I'm trying to avert unintended consequences. It's people's the things that in certain kinds of businesses, they say you can always raise your price, you can never lower it, that kind of a thing. So.
And I don't think it would be the recommendation of staff that we lower anyone's wages. They would
No.
higher in the range if the range moved down.
But the
They would just-
the offered range on a position still vacant might change and end up being reduced by doing that. And what decision would we make when faced with that data?
Yes.
Well, it's always been my philosophy that total compensation is important, but attracting and retaining employees is more holistic. You need to look at the full continuum of what we do for people to recognize their value, to help them understand that we believe in them as commissioners, as department heads, that they bring value and they're important. And yes, the financial side is key, but there are other things that perhaps we could do better with our employees to keep a hold of them. And I'm not suggesting we march off and change things. I'm just sharing my perspective that we need to be considering more than just the financial side of our employees.
I agree with that for sure. And I think that's a long-range holistic vision. I think what we're probably looking at, and I don't disagree with that at all, and thank you for the comment. I think what we're looking at today is how do we triage? Because we're not even getting, there's no one nibbling at the hook right now. And certainly retaining people involves a lot of things, including letting them go home at night proud of the place and proud of themselves for the work they do because they knew they were appreciated. And that's what I believe is encompassed in one of the pages in brochure I sent to people in which I said it was important to me to know that the people that went home at night from my jobs, that when people were on the jobs, that they were valued enough and that value was expressed enough for them to be proud enough of what they did and themselves to do the best work they could do. And without that feeling about themselves, the job in themselves, they're less motivated to try. And I'll get the best quality of work and everything when people thought they were appreciated and went home proud.
So yeah, when you add the 15%, I think we estimate about 15% is what those non-salary, what those benefits equate to. Then the entry level wage for that laborer position is $18 an hour.
The per hour does not take into account the benefit cost.
Right, so if the entry level wage is $15.82 an hour, and we add 15% to that, it gets us to about $18 an hour. I think that's the number we use in our budgeting when we budget, salaries and then benefits.
Yeah, it used to be 30%. I remember that was before we made our changes to our benefits, and I don't remember now how far down that came. I want to say maybe 18 or 19, but I don't remember for sure. Ask Maria that question.
Anyway, what I think, I actually appreciate the recommendation in the pathway suggested that we do a quick analysis of our existing comparators. And that this board take action to authorize staff to implement the results of that analysis by moving the ranges.
You might have to say that again.
I like the option of, if staff says in a week, you can have actual information rather than my wild guess about an amount to increase wages by. I think I prefer that route. And I think that what I'd like to see is this board take action to authorize staff to increase wages based on that information. For the equipment operator too, I mean, I guess I could just be more general.
Yeah, I would say all equipment operator, 1, 2, 3, labor, transfer station manager.
And the seasonal position that we
Yeah.
have open.
I support that.
And seasonal.
Yeah, but the seasonal laborer,
Oh,
the transfer
seasonal
station.
laborer. Is that a motion?
Peter, does that motion feel good to you? Does that give staff what they need to go get this done?
Yeah. Does staff feel they have the direction pursuant to the motion?
Yes.
And I'll second it.
So that would be a motion to increase the wage ranges for all equipment operators, the seasonal labor, and the transfer station manager based on the information gathered over the next week in this wage study.
Transportation or transfer station?
Transfer station.
Okay.
Well, that's usually misunderstood.
With the noting that you are going above the current compensation plan, so you are changing the range, the potential range, and giving staff the authority to do that.
Yes, to change the wage ranges. Is that, should we state that one more time?
I got it.
Okay. Anybody feel inspired to make that motion?
I move what he said. And you said it was okay. And Beth said she
I
understood.
got it. And Mitch seconded, say we're
Okay,
there.
we've got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Just some commentary from me. This is a very live labor market since COVID. I think it's incumbent on us to think differently about how quickly we check in on wages. And also I just want to point out one of the, I think, big concerns that was brought to me from staff is you try to increase everybody's wages and consider everybody's wages at the same time. Because we've got a big organization and other people might want to know that we care about what they're paid as well. Probably all of them. I hope that the staff that's not part of this conversation will understand that what we're doing is responding to a crisis, right? Our transfer station is currently at half capacity in terms of its hours that it's opened. And as one member of this board, but I expect the other two are there too. We look forward to responding to information about what we ought to be paying them, by paying them what we ought to be paying them.
Well, I think there's a plan for review of all positions. That's a couple months out.
Right.
Yeah, and I mean, we have done that in the not too distant past, but it's taking in today's climate, things are changing so fast that we've got to continually reevaluate. And I think for me, I'm responding to not, I mean, the transfer station thing is very, very important. It's the tip of the iceberg of Road and Bridge. And it's symptomatic of the fact that Road and Bridge is grossly understaffed, which means across the board, whether we're plowing roads, staffing a transfer station, we don't even have the personnel in Road and Bridge to be able to flex and surge into the transfer station to keep it rolling at this time, even for hours or a day at a time. And so it's symptomatic of something bigger than the transfer station. It's the whole Road and Bridge department right now. If that department has not been completely staffed since Carl Shell's been here.
I suspect there's not a CDL hiring organization that's been fully staffed since Carl's been here. But we got to do our best. Okay. I think that ends that item. Next, related to the same situation is a work session to discuss the communication system that we use to reach out to residents with important information.
Yes. So we actually use this a lot for, I don't know if I should like put the camera on me so people can see me.
Share screen.
Right? Oh, no. So we actually use this for transportation a lot. So the roundabout, I know their scheduling is sometimes crazy, so they'll send out, I actually taught Snorri how to use it, but I've been using it a little bit too. You can access it on the website. So I'm just gonna go ahead and share my screen before I get too far ahead of myself. There we go. So this is just the county website, obviously. So if anybody's watching and they would like to sign up for notifications, I'm going to show you how to do it right now. So just head to clearcreekcounty.us. And if you scroll all the way down, this is all the fun stuff. This is the county job opportunities, all that kind of stuff. And then right here at the very bottom, I just added this here so people could find it, is called Notify Me. And what you're gonna do, if you want notifications, you're gonna enter in your email. I'll just put, that's my personal email in case anybody cares. You can email me, that's fine. So right here at the top, that's the roundabout transit notifications, because that's obviously what we use this for the most. But these are all of our categories that we have the ability to either send you a text message or send you an email. I'm sure a lot of you are already on the Agenda Center emails. So whenever Beth posts a packet or an agenda and you get the email and you can see it, that is through here. So we've got the Board of Adjustment, Open Space, Planning Commission, all that. And then there's the Alert Center. So this is like county notices, emergency alerts, fire ban, severe weather. This, for instance, is when the county closed during the snowstorm at the end of April. I sent out an alert through this way. Bid postings, that's kind of self-explanatory. So if like there's a bid in finance or human resources or whatever, we can send it out there to the subscribers. And then down here is calendar. So this is if the county is going to close, like I said, on July 22nd, you can send out an alert that way, which I did when I posted it on the calendar. So we have a lot of categories. I kind of went through this last week and started weeding out the categories because I felt like it was a bit of an overkill. We had too many. So I know this looks like it's really long, but this is after I really weeded it out. And then there's news flashes. I used to do these a lot more, but I can get back into them. But basically, this is just like, hey, this is happening. Do you want to send out a news flash to people that follow this portion of the website? So the main thing that we use it for would be the Alert Center. So all of these, and then the Notify Me right here, which is the roundabout. And then I changed this part to miscellaneous Clear Creek County updates. So that could be, hey, the transfer station hours are changing. Hey, this is happening at the county, or it's back to school days going on at Public Health right now. Click this link and you can go set up an appointment. So that's what we use. This is through Civic Engage, which is something that we already pay for. So it doesn't cost any money. And I have been utilizing this when we switched hours in the transfer station. I did send out an email and a text message to people who have subscribed. Granted, not everybody in the county is subscribed. So I started promoting it, actually promoted it yesterday because the roundabout is running till 4:30 on July 4th. So I sent out an update on that and then posted, hey, if you want more updates like this, this is how you can subscribe. So that is what I have for you.
While you were talking, within the first few seconds of that, I just went to the county site, hit notify me, and was signed up with only one more click in about 2 seconds,
Yeah.
2 or 3 more, and it was done. And then in case people are concerned about what happens when they start getting too many notifications as you were going through everything, I clicked the little button that said unsubscribe me from all lists one time with one click.
Yes.
And I was done and out of there. So that's how easy it is. So I just want to state that on the record that I'm old and they don't know anything. I subscribed and unsubscribed within seconds.
Yes.
So it's really easy to do. There's no risk.
Thank you for that. I'm subscribed to all of them, so I get the emails. It's nothing too crazy. You can unsubscribe, like you said, and if you get text messages, there's the opportunity to just reply stop, and you can stop your text messages if you're saying, I'm getting too many texts from this. So it's very easy. I encourage people to sign up for them. If not, lots of other ways you can get notified, things like that.
So the checkbox that would have got someone a text message when the transfer station closed is that updates, right?
Yeah, that would have been the miscellaneous county updates.
Okay. And that's sort of, this is not an emergency, but it's important, it's relevant.
Definitely.
You're gonna want to get this text message.
Definitely. And I did, like I said, go through and got rid of some of them that maybe only had 5 or so subscribers. And then I was able to move those to a different one if I thought that it kind of overlapped. But I can't just add people without them saying, okay. They would have gotten an email and they would have said, hey, you are now on this one. Is that okay? So I did try and move around some people.
Thank you. I'm really happy to know that we have this tool. I think a step that we might consider taking is sending like an every door direct mail postcard about like, and then maybe prior to that, if there's a way to even further highlight that updates section as like, this is really what, like, if you want, I send people to this site all the time for our board packets, for
To
example.
notify me?
The people that
Yes.
really
Uh-huh.
want to follow our board
Keep up.
meetings. But there's one thing in here that's really important, and I think we're wholeheartedly recommending that everyone in the county can benefit from, which is getting an update when something happens, like a change in hours to a service you might expect. So that's my 2 cents. I don't know if it's in the budget to send such a postcard. If it's not, I'm happy to put a supplemental appropriation.
You remember what that cost, Megan?
It's usually around like 2,500 to $3,000.
This might be, the postcard might even say, hey, here's how you could have known, or something like, because it's like very relevant in people's minds. Anything else?
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, if people have questions on how to stay informed or anything like that, please reach out to me. We had a Dumont meeting and I stayed after with an elderly woman who didn't have internet and gave her my cell phone number and said, call me if you want updates on the counties. Like, seriously, I want people to be informed. I'm here to help you. I really don't mind. So you can always reach out or you can email me at mhyler@clearcreekcounty.us.
Well, it's polite to give people an opportunity to opt in, but should we consider opting out instead?
I don't think we have the numbers of the email address to do.
Yeah, I would need everybody's
Okay.
email.
There is publicly available phone data. And that's a conversation that I would be into having. If you can opt out, if you get a text message that says you've been included in this, here's what it's gonna do for you. Press stop to opt out. I don't view that as like government intrusion.
Somebody is trying to sign on to the Clear Creek County Zoom at the same time as me.
That sounds like David.
I just muted them.
Okay.
So that's a conversation that we can proceed with if you need board authority board action to enable something like that, I mean, I'm into that.
I think at least merits looking into what would be possible.
Yeah.
You know, if we only get 5% coverage, it might not be worth it. But if we can claw together 50% of the mobile systems in the county, that's probably worth the effort.
Oh, that would be huge.
Be better than some other systems I'm aware of.
We did that for the census. We paid a company to pull all the numbers in like a geographic area. And just did census reminders and stuff.
So I think what you're hearing is the board's not gonna try to be in the way of an effort like that.
Right. Anything we can do to more easily get the word out, short of having people come in and yell at us because we gave them the information they didn't want it, something like that.
May we have that problem?
That would be a great one to have.
You're right, it's a better problem than something important happened in my life and I didn't find out.
Mr. Chair, I know this was driven by trying to get as much information out there as possible about the transfer station. But I just want to say publicly, thank you to Megan.
Oh, thanks.
When we take these jobs in the public sector, everything's almost public, right? And so in some ways, we have to have a little tougher skin. But at the same time, she's getting blamed for the fact that we've closed, that I supported closing down the transfer station. And people are not nice on social media. And I just want to publicly say it's not our public information's fault that we don't have a open transfer station right now. There are many other factors, as the board knows, with respect to why we had to close that down, but people are downright evil on social media. She's feeling the brunt of it right now.
Thanks.
She's simply just the messenger of what's happening in the county, so.
Well, when people face
Thank you.
traumatic events, they sometimes react to them a little. They react to them as you would expect. And I just want to say that it's clear to me that, when I said, if there's any way we can find a way to have a more, I don't remember the words I used, but more comprehensive outreach when things like this happen, that there are services that we can do. It wasn't all a criticism of any actions that I presumed we took, because I knew that emails had gone out and all kinds, everything we could do that we had at our disposal had gone out immediately in timely fashion. No one dawdled. The word was out like that as soon as it happened.
Thank you.
And, but all we're doing is looking at ways to improve how we do things. That's
Definitely.
it. If
Definitely.
somebody's got another idea to help solve this problem in the future for people, then let's solve it.
I agree.
Yeah, creating a position or putting a new person in a position doesn't solve that problem on that day. We're talking about that in a lot of different contexts, but in this context, what I see is our communication systems improving dramatically. I know we're coming out of a history where we would go stripe a road and get beat up for it later.
Right.
That's just one example, right? There's a better, today is better than yesterday, tomorrow will be better than today, largely due to your efforts.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks. It's very kind of you guys.
It all depends on which side of the road you plow the snow towards, when you're plowing the snow, you'll hear from the people on one side of the road or the other.
So just for clarification, would you like me to do the postcard regardless?
I would love to see that.
Okay.
At that price point, I think it would be important to include it.
I already have a nice graphic I made, so I can do that.
Simple, simple.
I can do that.
Do we need a motion or anything, or is that staff direction?
We can do that.
Yeah, I think it's fine. All right. Thanks, guys.
Okay. Thank you. Last session, work session to discuss Clear Creek Fire Authority organizational review. We just kind of keep this as a standing thing to update one another. Any updates? I missed the last meeting, but I wouldn't expect you guys to summarize it here. I can go watch it.
Sending my draft notes.
That'd be great.
What's that? Say that?
I can send George my draft notes.
Yeah.
Also, I can send it to you on YouTube.
I thought it was, I'm not gonna get into details because I can't even remember them right now, but I thought it was a pretty functional meeting, and the thing that I noted was that it was it seemed to feel pretty collaborative. all the way through. No, I didn't, I hear, I hear a fair amount of tension lifting out of the air. So
And
that's just one thing I'd like to say.
I agree. I think it's moving from an organizational theory perspective, they're moving into performing. Work's starting to get done. We're past the point of arguing. We've kind of agreed how to move. I've only been there 4 times, so I'm kind of speaking out of school. But watching, I think they're to the point that the whole group is starting to perform and make progress.
Right. It was, we won't agree on the details and the solutions, and we'll find ways to disagree going forward, but it was very solution oriented versus resistance oriented. That's what I heard from around the room. What works, what doesn't. So the resistance to any change has been very much replaced by how can we make this work better and get on the same page.
It's great to hear. Is there anything that that process is waiting on from this organization that this board needs to address? I'm thinking surveys or anything like that.
I remember you were taking notes next to me there.
They did agree to do a survey. They appointed a smaller working group of the whole. To hold a meeting with the individual that we're going to be entering into an agreement with to do a survey sometime in late summer, early fall. I don't have the names in front of me, but one of the names submitted was yours.
I volunteered George.
You served on a smaller working group.
Not to slight Mitch at all, but I was just thinking about, and I could have volunteered myself, but I thought about somebody who was absent who probably would have wanted to be in that conversation because the size of the group was smaller. And I don't even care if Peter figures, we should talk about that in some other setting, but if it probably works best if there's not 2 county commissioners on it. But I don't need to be there in the way of who that is. Let me just say that to begin with. I wouldn't mind being on it, but that's the point is I think, and I can imagine people really wanting to be part of that. And I think I can quickly narrow it down to 2 people. So
I'm going to be emailing that group today to poll them for meeting dates for next week to meet with our consultants to hopefully have some kind of a working draft by our next meeting, which is 4 p.m. on July 24th.
Great.
if we discuss away, one thing that was brought up was that there weren't a whole lot of people jumping up, volunteering, raising their hands to begin with to find another meeting to attend. So we did talk about the potential of that meeting being very easily held on Zoom to make it easier for people who are already attending a lot of meetings. And that if the number of people that volunteer is small and our attorney Peter Lichtman figures out how it's done, and if it can be done, then if there happen to be 2 people from one organization, just to make sure we didn't want too many, but if there are literally too few people in the room, then if there were 2 people from one organization, there just has to be a way to figure out how that can be done legally. So, which are the details of which we can discuss in another setting. I've already had my hands slapped once today on that, so.
The only other item would be that there was desire in the room to move the meeting earlier in the day, which is hence the 4 p.m. on the 24th.
I'll make that work. Yeah. It's fine by me. I wouldn't show up and demand they reschedule anyway. Okay. Thank you guys. Sounds like a good time. Sorry I missed it. Only half my tongue is in my cheek. This concludes our public agenda. We do have 3 executive sessions. I'm going to stall for just a moment. Peter, are you ready?
I am.
Okay. I'm going to move the board into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS 246424B for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions concerning EPA OU5. Pursuant to CRS 246424B for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions concerning representation by Brannish and Rafe on water law matters. And pursuant to CRS 246402B for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to the governance structure of the Deer Creek County Fire Authority and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to a change in the current governance structure.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Before announcing the board moving into executive session, was there something that came up that we thought we wanted to discuss? Wasn't there, didn't I earlier in the meeting, didn't I say, oh, this is something that we should discuss in executive session?
It had to do with how we could have more than one commissioner attend a type of a meeting, I thought.
This was.
Or out of county meeting.
Out of district meeting.
Thanks. Yeah, that was it.
Are you comfortable with us discussing that in executive session, or would you prefer that we do that in 2 weeks?
We can do that in 2 weeks.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Board will adjourn into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. This Zoom is going to stay open for the purposes of us coming back and concluding the meeting. No further public action will be discussed. No further, there's nothing else on the agenda, so.
Okay, the board has concluded its executive session. No written minutes were kept, no decisions were made. And we are at the end of our agenda. Thank you, everyone, for your time.